Buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti. Grazie per essere qui oggi nel primo appuntamento di questa conferenza organizzata nell'ambito del progetto europeo SMART. L'obiettivo principale del nostro progetto, del progetto SMART, è quello di contribuire alla creazione di atmosfere SMART, ovvero favorevoli allo sviluppo delle imprese culturali e creative nell'area del Mediterraneo.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you to be here with us today in this MED conference organized by SMART Project. The main objective of SMART Project is to contribute in the creation of a smart atmosphere. That means a framework useful for the development of cultural and creative industries in the Mediterranean area.
Il progetto, che vede come capofila la Regione del Veneto con la direzione Beni, Attività Culturali e Sport, ha permesso un investimento complessivo di 2 milioni di euro nel settore culturale e creativo, ripartiti fra 10 partner provenienti da 6 paesi dell'area mediterranea. Il partenariato è composto da enti che operano in vari ambiti, tutti connessi al tema dello sviluppo economico del settore culturale. Vi sono enti pubblici regionali, centri di ricerca, atenei ed incubatori industriali. Si è avviato nei primi mesi del 2018 e è ormai vicino alla sua conclusione.
SMART Project is led by Veneto Region Culture Department, and it has permitted in the last year to invest more than 2 million euro in the cultural and creative sector, divided among 10 different partners coming from 6 Mediterranean countries. The partnership is composed by bodies was working several tasks of culture. All of them are connected to economic development. We have regional public bodies, research centers, universities, and hubs. The project has started in 2018 and it is close to the end.
Nell'arco di questi 3 anni, i partner coinvolti nel progetto hanno collaborato al fine di contribuire al raggiungimento di questo ambizioso obiettivo attraverso azioni concrete, in particolare lo sviluppo di interventi pilota che hanno garantito il costante contatto e scambio con gli stakeholder del progetto, che sono sia le imprese culturali e creative che quelle tradizionali, che con esse si trovano a collaborare. Il principale risultato di questo progetto si è concretizzato attraverso la sperimentazione dei NEST, di cui parleremo più avanti, ed in particolare nella realizzazione di oltre 30 progetti di co-creazione tra imprese tradizionali e imprese culturali e creative.
Along the last 3 years, the partners involved in this project cooperate to contribute in reaching this ambitious objective through several actions. All of these actions are addressed to the development of cultural and creative sector under an economic point of view. The main action refer to the implementation of pilot projects that guarantee to the whole partnership to be always in contact with the stakeholder of the project. Those are cultural and creative industries and traditional ones. The main result of this project is the testing of a system called NEST, and we are going to introduce it later, and the implementation of more than 30 pilot projects of co-creation among the traditional industries and the cultural and creatives.
È stata un'esperienza veramente interessante perché ha permesso di mettere in luce i punti di forza e anche quelli di debolezza della metodologia utilizzata, così come i diversi approcci di implementazione da parte di partner provenienti da paesi diversi, ma anche con competenze molto differenti, seppur complementari.
SMART project has represented a really interesting experience because it has permitted to enlighten the strength and the weakness of the methodology used, sorry, and the different approach to implement it taken by the different bodies involved.
Siamo giunti oggi quindi all'evento finale del progetto, una Med Conference, per condividere e dibattere come questi risultati possano essere portati avanti e sviluppati nel tempo. Questa mattina il tema sarà legato alla sostenibilità delle iniziative avviate negli ultimi 7 anni per il settore culturale e creativo, in particolare nell'area mediterranea. Lo faremo presentando una piattaforma realizzata dal progetto orizzontale Social and Creative Med, per poi passare al piano d'azione sviluppato nell'ambito di SMART, che ci guiderà nelle potenziali strategie per lo sviluppo del settore.
We are today at the final event of SMART project, a MED conference that has the aim of share and debate on the results produced by this project, these and other projects in our territories. The main topic of this morning is the sustainability, the capitalization of the initiatives co-financed and implemented during the last 7 years on the cultural and creative sector, especially in the Mediterranean area. We will do it thanks to the presentation of a platform realized by Social and Creative Med Horizontal Project, but also by the presentation of a SMART action plan that contain some useful guidelines for the policymakers.
Oltre a dare il benvenuto quindi ai partecipanti a questa giornata, colgo l'occasione per presentare e ringraziare i relatori della mattinata. Il professor Lopes dell'Università di Bari, che ci presenterà il Semantic Framework realizzato dal progetto Orizzontale Italia. Poi Paolo Carlucci, Project Manager che ha affiancato la Regione del Veneto durante tutto il progetto SMART, e Alberto Ferri di IM Progettazione, società che ha seguito la realizzazione del piano d'azione del progetto, individuando le linee strategiche che i policy maker potranno seguire per lo sviluppo del settore culturale e creativo, tenendo conto in particolare dei vari livelli di governo.
I would especially thank the speakers of today, Professor Lopes from Bari University, that will introduce us the semantic framework realized by Thalia, or better, Social and Creative Horizontal Project. Mr. Paolo Carlucci, project manager that follow all the project with Veneto region, of all the SMART project, and Alberto Ferri from IM Progettazione, an external service that realized for SMART project an action plan, as I explained before, containing some guidelines for the future addressed to policy makers.
Gli stimoli che verranno dai lavori di questa mattinata saranno poi il punto di partenza degli interventi della seconda e ultima giornata della Med Conference, che si concentrerà sulle risposte che i vari livelli di governo intendono dare a questa istanza di sostenibilità. Quindi vi ringrazio di nuovo per aver accolto il nostro invito a queste 2 giornate dedicate al futuro del settore culturale e creativo. Vi auguro un buon lavoro e vi lascio a un breve video di presentazione del progetto SMART.
So the result of this morning will be the starting point for the second session of tomorrow morning that will be focused on the policies that the several levels of governance intend to give to the future related to the cultural and creative sector. I thank you again to accept our invitation to join this meeting, and I leave you to a short video presenting the SMART project.
We were creative people.
Each in our own field.
Each in our mind.
In our space.
In our city.
In our country.
We had caring concepts.
We wished for sustainable ecosystems.
We wanted to show that interacting with art allows to think out of the box.
Is an investment for innovation.
We were missing a trigger. The SMART project. For 30 months, we have created
Bridges between us.
between our ideas.
Between our technologies.
We had concepts.
They became reality.
So I think we are perfectly on time, so I would like to give the floor to Mr. Professor Lopes from Bari University in representation of the Social and Creative MED Horizontal Project, a particular kind of project supported by the MED program that work in order to connect all the project and initiative promoted in the Mediterranean area along these 7 years. He is going to present us an interesting tool developed by the project to capitalize the experiences gained during this year.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Good morning. Thanks for your kind invitation. And what I'm going to present today is the involvement of the University of Bari in the social and creative community of the Interreg MED program. And in particular, I'm going to show the semantic framework, which we built in the context of the Thalia and the social and creative project. Thalia, semantic framework is the main backend of the Thalia and the social and creative platform. Thalia and social and creative are 2 horizontal projects in the area of in the thematic activities of social and creative. And the main goal of the semantic framework is to provide some pilot services for different kind of stakeholders, for example, project partners or policymakers, in order to support services such as community building, the thematic engagement, and the facilitation of interactions as essential for the MED program goals. In order to achieve those goals, our idea was to analyze the results which have been produced by the different projects in order to define a structural representation of concepts along with their relation. The set of concepts and the set of their relation are called semantic model. So this is the way in which we have built the semantic framework. First of all, we have collected a set of documents related to produced by all the projects of the Interreg Mediterranean program. So we have gathered the project reports, the project deliverables, or policy and scientific manuscript and articles. In particular, we gather all these documents, and after having this very large corpus of documents, we performed through the semantic framework the natural language processing pipeline. So we analyzed the textual content of the extracted from the documents, and we were able to extract the concepts. What is the concept? The concept is an atomic textual unit recognized in a document which might be composed by 1 or more words. After the identification of different concepts, we generate a semantic model through the analysis of this set of textual content. In order to generate the semantic model, we leverage the so-called distributional hypothesis, which claims that the meaning of words is given by their use, the way we use those words in very large corpora of textual content. So, for example, beer and wine are similar words, have similar meaning, since they usually are used in the same context with the same words, for example, with drink, glass, alcohol, party, and so on. And thanks to the distributional hypothesis, the system is able to arrange concepts in a geometrical space, which is very similar to the one depicted in this slide. And words which are similar are close in the space. The interesting idea is that in this space can be arranged not only words, but also text fragments or Word documents. And this means that we can compare terms with terms, terms with documents, documents with text fragments, and so on. This is a very intuitive idea, but of course there is a lot of math behind this technology, this distributional hypothesis. So this is the idea of the semantic framework, and leveraging the functionality of the semantic framework, we have built in the context of Thalia and social and creative projects, different services. Today, I'm going to show using a live demo, so we will have the possibility to try the system, two main services built by leveraging the semantic framework. The first is the Smart Search. The Smart Search contains a semantic search engine and a system for providing automatic summarization of textual content, while the second service is called Policy Design Variables, and it will allow to create cross-correlation matrices to perform some specific analysis. So let's start with the first service, the Smart Search service. The Smart Search service provides a semantic search engine. A semantic search engine is able to return documents according to their semantic relatedness with the query terms. So differently from a classical search engine, the semantic search engine is able to return documents even though there is not an exact match with the query terms with the terms contained in the documents. While the second service is an automatic summarizer of documents. This system allows to provide an automatic summary of, so it is able to produce a shorter version of a document by, of course, preserving the meaning and the key contents of the original text. And it's up to the user to choose the length of the desired summary. Let's start with the demo. So this is the system, and you can take a look at the video tutorial, for example, for the Smart Search, in which in a couple of minutes, the system, the tutorial show and explains how to use the system. So let's try the system. So the Smart Search is a classical search engine, but it's more powerful. As in a classical search engine, we can issue a query. So we can use a single word or more than one words, and we can choose a collection on which to perform the search. We have several collections. In particular, we have 8 collections corresponding to the 8 thematic communities of the InterRegMed projects. So the Blue Growth Community, Social and Creative, Sustainable Tourism, Renewable Energy, and so on. And we also have 3 more collections related to the thematic priorities. For example, the Innovation Axis 1, which contains all the documents produced by the projects belonging to the blue growth, green growth, and social and creative community. Then we have the priority axis 2, so the low carbon economy priority access, which contains all the documents which have been produced by projects of efficient buildings, renewable energy, urban transports thematic communities. And finally, the last collection is related to the natural and the cultural resources, which mixes together the documents produced by sustainable tourism and the biodiversity protection projects. So let's take a look at this query. For example, we issued query oil on innovation axis 1. We ask to search, and as in a classical search engine, the system will return a set of documents. And for each document, we have several information. But before analyzing the list of documents produced by the system, we can take a look at this part of the screen. In this part of the screen, the system has retrieved some concepts which are mostly related to the query oil. In this case, the concepts mostly correlated to oil are olive millers, extra virgin, olive oil, or olives, polyphenols. This means that the oil in this collection is used in the sense of food, olive oil. So if we come back at the geometrical space I have shown you before, we can imagine that the concept oil is very close in the space to these other concepts. Okay, now if we take a look at the list of results, we can observe that the system is able to report on this part, the progress bar, a relevance bar, which highlights the degree or indicates the degree of relatedness of this document with respect to the query. And we can observe that the system is able to report in the list of results the name of the project this document belongs to, the budget associated to the project, and we can also take a look to some other metadata related to this document. For example, the date in which it has been produced, the keywords, the target audience, and the budget associated to that specific deliverable. We can also take a look and we can access to the details related to the partners of this project. So we have a list of the partners with the indication of the name, the budget, and the country, and the indication also of the lead partner. Now, let's take a look at the potential of the framework if we change the collection. So, for example, we now try to submit the same query, oil, but we change the collection. For example, we use this low carbon economy collection, and we ask for a search. Of course, the list of results will be different since we have a different set of documents in this collection. But it is interesting to note, it is worth to note that now, even though the query is the same as in the previous search, now the list of concepts which are mostly correlated to the word oil is completely different. Now we have concepts such as heating oil, diesel gasoline, natural gas, liquid gas, fuel oil, kerosene, and so on. So this means that in this collection, the query oil is used in the sense of combustible and not in the sense of food. And of course, this the identification of these related concepts is completely automatic. Now, the geometrical space, which I showed you before, is completely different. And now the query, the word oil, is close to these other concepts, to these other words. If we analyze the results as shown before, we can take a look at the different information. And now let's try to click on this document. Clicking on a specific document allows to connect to the Interreg Med web page containing the information related to this document. We can access the original version of the documents, and we can see that this is a deliverable related to a specific project. And if we access the deliverables, we can see that there is a lot of text. This deliverable is 18 pages long, and the content is about bioenergy, biomass consumption, and so on. Okay, and we can observe all the text containing this deliverable. If we come back to our system, let's try, for example, to ask the system to automatically summarize the document I showed you before. In this case, the user can choose the length of the summary. For example, can choose a number of sentences. For example, give me a summary which is 5 sentences long. The system on the fly analyzes just the text contained in the 18 pages and provides a very short summary. In this case, the summary says that biomass is any biological material that can be used as fuel, including grass, corn, wood, and biogas, and so on. We can ask a different summary. For example, in this case, we can ask for a summary which is 5% long with respect to the original contribution, and now is a bit different, the summary. So the summary is automatically produced thanks, of course, to our system, so to our semantic framework. Now, just to give you a flavor of, about the last service, the policy design variable. The policy design variable is a service which has been created in the context, is a specific use case developed in the context of the Thalia project. And it is a service which is more for policymakers, for expert user. The service allows to create a cross-correlation matrix using concepts which have been autonomously defined by users, by leveraging, of course, the knowledge containing in a specific collection of documents. The main objective is to complement a top-down vision of the main elements of the Thalia vision and of the social and creative community features with the bottom-up approaches which leverage the MED project outcomes, deliverable technical reports, with the aim of unveiling meaningful connection useful to the policymaking process. So if we come back to our system, also in this case, you can access a video tutorial, or you can directly access this functionality. In this screen, the system reports all the analysis which have been previously carried out. And for each analysis, there is the title, the name of the analysis, the collection on which it was performed, the author of the analysis, the creation date, and a short description. But before going into the details, let's try to create a new analysis, a new matrix. The system asks, for example, the number of rows and columns of the matrix to create. For example, we ask to create a matrix which has 3 rows and 3 columns. We select a specific collection and we ask to generate the matrix. In this case, the system has generated an empty matrix where all the cells are empty, and also the labels on the rows and columns should be defined. We can autonomously define each concept on a column, and we can, for each concept, define, for example, the name of the concept, for example, SMART. We can enter a textual description. I just used the textual description, which is the acronym of the SMART project. So Smart Atmosphere of Social and Financial Innovation for Innovative Clustering of Creative Industries in Med area. And we ask to the system to recognize some concepts starting by this textual description. The system implements a natural language processing pipeline and is able to recognize and to transform this text in a set of concepts. For example, it has recognized the concept innovation, creative industries, which is a concept identified by two words. Area, maybe we are not interested to take into account this concept, social, financial, smart atmosphere, and so on. The system is also able to return a set of related concepts similar to the related concepts that the Smart Search provided in the previous demo. So maybe we can ask to the system to also include, I don't know, concepts such as, I don't know, activity or sustainable and so on. When we save and close this concept, the system has now a set of concepts which define this label SMART. Okay, so we could now take a look at a specific analysis which we have already prepared for the Thalia project. In this analysis, we have created a cross-correlation matrix between 6 features identified in the MED projects, identified by experts, cultural anchoring, open networked people, and so on, and the 3 pillars of the Thalia vision, which are the community scale partnership, territorial innovation, and so on. When we ask to the system to fill in the matrix, the system fills in each cell in this way. In this cell, it reports the concepts which are mostly correlated to community scale partnership and cultural anchoring. In this cell, the system is able to report the concepts which are mostly correlated to territorial innovation and cultural anchoring at the same time. So a possible interpretation of this matrix can be provided by one or more expert people. By looking at the cell of this matrix, it's possible to formulate 2 main interpretations. One descriptive interpretation based on the assumption that these concepts mirror in some way the evidence coming from the deliverables of the running projects. While another possible interpretation is a prescriptive one, which highlights the gaps in the previous analysis and the possible action items for the MED program's responsible person willing to reinforce some of the correlation documented in each cell. So this is a service which is devoted more to expert people and policymakers. So thanks for inviting me. I hope you can take a look at the video tutorial in order to have more information about these services. And now, in the context of the social and creative projects, we are continuing to devise new use cases besides the classical smart search and policy design variable, which will be built by leveraging the semantic framework functionality. Thank you.
So thank you to Professor Lopes for his presentation. The today's topic is the sustainability of the European project of Mediterranean area, and I think I'm really convinced that to guarantee the sustainability of an action is important start for the capitalization of this action, and it depends on the awareness of them. So create an engine tool that match the cross correlation, that create network is the first step we have to do to guarantee the capitalization of the sustainability of the project. So thank you so much to Professor Lopes and Thalia and Social and Creative Med Horizontal Project. Now, starting from this, I give the floor to Paolo Carlucci, the project manager for Veneto region in the SMART project, that will introduce us the main result, the core of SMART project, the NEST. So please, Paolo.
So good morning to everyone, and thank you, Professor Lopes, for your technical intervention. It's a pleasure for me to be here today because we are in an event that could easily consider the end of all activities carried out during the project life of SMART, and at the same time, the starting point of result achieved. Before starting my presentation, I'd like to show you what we did in Veneto region in the last 2 years and how we focused our attention on the real meaning of connection among cultural operators and traditional SMEs. So I kindly ask the technical to share the video, the short video of marketplace we had during last period.
L'incontro che si sta svolgendo oggi qui a Villa Settembrini a Mestre, una delle sedi della Giunta regionale del Veneto, in particolare una sede della Direzione Cultura, è un appuntamento che si colloca nell'ambito di un progetto europeo SMAT che ha come finalità la messa in rete e quindi il fatto di far incontrare, far conoscere e far collaborare insieme il mondo della produzione artistica col mondo imprenditoriale. Quindi oggi qui sta accadendo questo, ci sono stati degli incontri legati proprio a delle forme di affinità fra artisti ed imprenditori, ed insieme oggi qui presentano quelli che sono i loro progetti che vogliono insieme elaborare e produrre. La tematica dell'incontro fra l'impresa e la cultura è un tema molto caro alla Regione del Veneto, alla Giunta regionale, che in questi ultimi anni si è particolarmente impegnata per mettere in atto processi e fenomeni di incontro tra questi due mondi che sembrano così lontani ma che invece poi alla fine sono molto vicini ed insieme vanno a costituire anche una parte importante dell'economia della nostra regione ed insieme vanno a contribuire a un buon welfare che vede ovviamente nella cultura uno degli elementi a supporto del benessere dei cittadini.
Nel progetto SMAT l'Università Ca' Foscari ha trasferito su scala europea la sua esperienza accumulata negli ultimi anni nello studio delle relazioni tra i sistemi imprenditoriali e i sistemi di produzione culturale e artistica. Il nostro focus è stato ed è soprattutto anche con questo progetto quello di far dialogare il mondo degli artisti, della produzione dell'arte con il mondo d'impresa, non solo attraverso la filantropia e la sponsorizzazione, ma attraverso progettualità concrete, per cui quello che abbiamo fatto con un processo articolato di coaching e di incontri e di quello di portare alla conoscenza reciproca e allo sviluppo di progettualità 13 artisti, 13 aziende che oggi si presentano e che continueremo a seguire fino alla concretizzazione delle loro progettualità.
Okay, thank you. So this was what we did in Veneto region, and of course all those activities were also carried out in other 7 locations. After my presentation, you will see short videos coming from all areas involved in SMART projects. But let's go to the core of my presentation. With SMAT project, we realized we worked on the organization of a nest. What is a nest? The nature of it can be defined as a social context in which knowledge and relationships are nurtured and explored to set up meaningful connections and collaboration. As you can see from the slide, here you have 4 buzzwords that are intelligence, dissemination, scouting, and matching. We in the SMAT project were the starting energy, and when we say we, I mean all partners involved in a project. So we worked together in a cooperation system to put some energy in already existing connection between creative and cultural operators from one side and SMEs from another side, in order to strengthen their intelligence with scope to disseminate the result and with scope to create new projects, new ideas, and new products and new services. So at the core of the nest, there is a complex process that keeps together and coordinates all the different activities and services required to make interesting from one side and interested from the other side people meet, so that something new can happen. Like I said before, products, services, ideas. This process does not necessarily require a physical space, so not fixed or formally defined one. We can define Nest as a platform in both sense, physical or virtual platform that integrates the knowledge of an area in a specific time and space. A nest reshapes energies that are already there in a more structured way. So it try to connect them in a new way to exploit the potential. So here in these slides, you have a scheme that could easily help you to understand how the nest worked and how the nests work actually. So the characteristic of the nest derive directly from the nature, so from the real meaning of nest in nature. So the internal part can be considered as a welcoming and reassuring environment where members are invited to express their creativity, but at the same time there is an undercurrent challenging attitude. So the idea and the projects that are born inside the nest will one day be forced to leave the nest and go outside, so take flight on their own. So Nest is not an incubator. I mean, we try to put some energy in constructing a new model created by living creators that have to live inside the nest. So is man-made and artisanal. So is targeted to the life that is inside the nest, that is not weak or fledgling, but simply small. And I mean, in the nest, all creators, individuals, and startups and cultural operators can grow and evolve. So when the projects created and developed inside the nest, they can establish connection with other that are inside the nest, and the members will be pushed out of this nest in the hope they will be able to survive at the external place of Nest. So Nest is an innovative project, of course, and we tried to make some effort to develop the new meaning of this innovative project. So we try to force and to establish the interaction that take place inside the nest, with scope to exchange of information, to create new knowledge in the form of new product, new services, and new information and new projects. So at the basis of the creation, we try to mix some tacit and explicit things. So like know-how, value, mental models from one side, and from the other side, data, formulas, manuals. So we try to build the nest and all the process that is beside the nest in 4 main steps. The first one was the socialization. The second one was the externalization, and then we try to mix together those 2 steps in order to create the third step, that is the combination, and then the last one, that is the internalization. So the results of all this process is new knowledge that becomes part of the members' knowledge. And of course, the process as a spiral configuration that becoming even larger as it moves from the micro to the macro dimension. Here you have some example of what we did in order to really create the nest. So we had one work cafe with 65 participants, and then we have 3 study visits and 3 working labs for 3 different enterprises, and then we have a seminar. After that, we worked together in order to give those actors a coaching services. So we really take care of those participants, and we focus our attention on them. So we directly assisted those 25 individual meetings that were hosted by SMEs between artists from one side and entrepreneurs. And then we support enterprises to preparing the presentation. So we worked with our scientific partner, that is Ca' Foscari University, in 3 workshops. And then we had the marketplace, you saw the video before. And then at the end of last year, we have a pitching event with 26 participants. So from one side, 13 SMEs, and from the other side, 13 artists, sorry. So as I said, the result is a new model of knowledge that automatically becomes part of the knowledge of all actors involved in the nest. So we tried to create those nests at local level in all areas involved in SMAT projects. So we try to work together in cooperation with other partners with scope to have the same activities in each territory and each area, with scope to create new connection amongst cultural operators and SMEs. So before ending my presentation, I kindly ask the technician to show the 7 videos coming from the 7 different areas, so you can have a look at what we did with Project SMAT. So thank you. These were the seven experience we had in the areas involved in SMART project. So I have nothing more to say. I just want to thank you, all of you, for giving me the opportunity to share the results of the project we worked in for more than 2 years. So if you have questions, I think after the whole presentations, you could make them to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paolo, both for the presentation and to assist Veneto region along all this project. We closed the previous presentation of Professor Lobbs with a few tags linked to the name of the project. But during the presentation from Paolo Carlucci, we can see as SMART project is really more than its acronym, because it's at the same time innovation, culture and co-creation, but also it is SMEs, competitiveness, art thinking, connection, and again, identity, heritage safeguarding, intermediation. So it's a really complex project. But in any case, it worked for an ambitious objective as Mrs. Bressani said during his presentation. So the next, as well as SMART project, is just one drop in the sea of creation of a smart atmosphere for cultural and creative service. So that Veneto region, as lead partner, decided to ask for a special service to the planning of an action plan to give us as a public policymaker and to the other project partners some indications, some suggestions about how to guarantee the sustainability and the development of this first initiative. So I give the floor to Mr. Alberto Ferri from IAM Progettazione that will introduce us the main content of the SMART Action Plan. Please, Alberto, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mara. I'm trying to share my screen. I hope everything is all right with it.
Yes, it works.
Okay, wonderful. I'm a little bit shocked about the video because too much ideas. Now I have to go back to my presentation. And probably the best way to connect my presentation to the project is to connect it with the previous presentation, because I took note of some interesting and important concept. The former director, De Gregorio, quoted cultural and creative activities as leading to a good welfare, and this is a very interesting concept. Professor Panozzo told about the importance of the dialogue between cultural and creative enterprises and the traditional enterprise, and this is another key concept. And the third was mentioned by Paolo when he said that market and marketplaces are fundamental, and the access to market for cultural and creative industries is another important issue. And you will find this concept in my presentation. Before starting, I'd like to thank Veneto Region to give us this opportunity to condensate and summarize an entire project into an action plan, and we are going to present this work now. So first of all, the rationale of the action plan, which starts from a main question we called the lighthouse question: how to strengthen the impact of CCIs on the economies of the Mediterranean area and their relationship with social innovation. We tried to do and to answer to this question by creating a sort of baseline knowledge, and to do so, we checked and we analyzed all the material produced by the project. I mean, good practices, ideas, we saw the ideas in the videos, and possible solution. And the most important things was the pilot experimentation that created recommendation and feedbacks through a specific assessment, that this was very useful for us to create the plan. Secondly, we tried to give an overlook to the European and worldwide policies targeting CC actors. We analyzed policies, program, initiative from European Union, of course, but also from UNESCO, United Nations, and other key player and decision maker. Last but not least, we tried to decline this information into the Med area, and the materials and the experience carried out by the partners in the project was very helpful to do so. The integration of these three tasks created the action plan. Before describing the action plan, I want to go to some definition, very important definition in the light of the action plan. The first one related to the CCIs, that means cultural and creative industries. In the action plan, we also used the terms CC actors because it's more wide, and cultural and creative industries are part of the cultural and creative actors, but cultural and creative actors are also not enterprise, not industries. So we wanted to use a broader terms. Secondly, we stressed the word impact because it's, in our opinion, fundamental for a decision maker, but also for an operator to deal with, because the impact assessment of every action is crucial in the future, also to measure the efficacy of the actions. But this discussion around impact pose two challenges and also opportunities for the cultural and creative actors. They have the occasion to try to be more measurable in terms of their efficacy, but also they can help to explore and apply new impact assessment methodology, because in the future, especially in the new programming period, measuring impact will be crucial for obtaining and for capitalizing funds. Last but not least, the concept of social innovation. We use the European definition that calls for models to better address social issues. In this field, cultural and creative sector is fundamental, and the aim is to consider cultural and creative sector not only as something that generates cultural products or artistic products or creative products, but these products must be a benefit for the society, for the community. This is another crucial definition in this action plan. So, summarizing this discussion, this figure can be a sum of the relationship enlightened in the first slide. So in particular, culture is strongly linked to social issues. Creativity is strongly linked with innovation. And at the same time, culture and creativities must cooperate and interrelate, as well as social and innovation. So this is a sort of cycle that must be keep active and operating. Of course, the challenge is exactly measuring the impact of these relationships. The next slide is about the objective of the plan. The main objective of the action plan was to give advice and recommendation able to generate a fertile ground for the development of smart atmospheres. The concept of smart atmospheres has been explained by Fausta Bressani at the beginning of the conference, so it's quite clear. The focus is in particular in Mediterranean area, but of course, this recommendation will be good also for the whole EU territory. This main objective has been declined into 3 specific objectives, each of them connected with a specific domain and a preferred target. This is the table of the specific objectives of the action plan. As you can see, the 3 domains are policy definition, operative decision makings, and capacity buildings. For policy definition, the specific objective of the plan is to help national and regional decision maker, and also European one, to better regulate and deploy favorable environment for the CC sectors. In terms of operative decision making, we decided to stress a more impact-based approach, not only of cultural and creative actors alone, but also in their relation with the traditional enterprise, which is very important in the smart project. And the third domain is capacity building that is necessary. To increase the knowledge of policymakers and CC actors about existing legal and financial framework for their sectors. As you can see, each of these domain and specific objective is dedicated to a specific target. The first one is mainly for policymakers. The second one is for CC actors and traditional SMEs or industries. And the third one is both for policymakers and CC actors. The mentioned objective will be achieved by 3 main steps. First of all, we try to align the most relevant policy instrument at European level with the vision of the project and with a detailed excursus on extra EU dimension. This will be useful to describe the policy frameworks in which the CC actor can operate. And this is described in the second chapter, part 1. The next step was the analysis of the available and soon to come, because we are dealing with the negotiation of the new programming period, the available financial instrument at EU level, available for cultural and creative sector, but also for traditional SMEs that want to mix their activities with cultural and creative knowledge. This second analysis is contained in the second part of the second chapter. And the aim is to turn the plan into a roadmap by fixing deadlines and fixing instruments and tools to be used to achieve the objective. The third pillar of the plan is the analysis of the potential of the cultural and creative sectors per se, that means alone, or in relation with other economic sector, and this is very important. And we made a list of possible other economic sector, but I will go deep in detail further on this slide. And to this third pillar, an entire chapter is dedicated in the plan. So we can move to the plan. In this kind of infographic, we tried to summarize visually the plan. the first part of the infographic is about what I already said before. So the vision, the target, and the objective of the action plan, with of course, the main target. But now we are going to focus on the second part of the picture. The second part of the pictures is the core of the action plan, because we tried to define strategies and action starting from the original objective. And we decided to divide two different domains. The first one is, from one side, we decided to consider the cultural and creative sector as a specific economic sectors, and we tried to list down some strategies in this domain. From another side, we tried to focus on the synergies between the cultural and creative sector and the other economic sectors. And we tried also in this case to decline sub-strategies for this domain. In doing this structure of the plan, we realized that there is something that is transversal with respect to these two domains, and this and we called it prerequisite for applying strategies in the cultural and creative sector. And I'm going to start exactly with this point. In order to introduce the concept of prerequisites, I wanted to quote a sentence that we found in the SMET handbook, which is one of the output of the project. And I'm not going to read the sentence, but only to underline the blue words: catalyst for social innovation, intensify relationship, collaborative atmosphere, dialogue and comparison, relational bonding. All these words relates with networking. So we decided that networking was a prerequisite for any kind of application of strategies and action. In particular, we tried to define specific action about networking among the cultural and creative sectors, and then networking with between the cultural and creative sectors and the traditional enterprise. The first one contains 4 subdomains, and among them we can read, for example, adapting the priority of the next programming period to favor the creation of network of cultural and creative enterprise. This is a recommendation for policymakers. And as you can see in the column on the right, you can read the policy level at which the action is targeted. The second one, for example, is consider the social innovation as a glue for strengthening cultural and creative clusters. Again, the third one is promoting network-oriented rewarding system. This is very interesting. Is targeted to policymaker that has to use resources, and the suggestion is to create calls that favor the networking of cultural and creative actors. And also favor the generation, the fourth one, favor the generation of new solutions based on cooperation between creative and cultural sectors and between the cultural and creative actors in the same economic sector. Going down to the networking with traditional enterprise, some suggestions are paving the way for stronger relationship between traditional enterprise and cultural and creative economy, of course, but based, for example, on creative thinking methodology. There can be a contamination between these two economies by using creativity as a tool. The action number 7, in our opinion, is quite important, and is the identification of new profile as a cultural creative cluster manager. So a profile that is able to manage the connection between cultural and creative industries and traditional industries, but also with for example, the public administration that can manage the connection. And in the SMART project, if I remember well, the role of this kind of figure of profile was very important to the implementation, for the implementation of the pilot action. We also quoted the STEM approach in school. The A in the STEM stays for arts, so using creative arts and culture also as an educational model. And okay, I skip to the next one because I'm running out of time. So the first domain is consider the CC actor as a specific economic sector. In this domain, we recognized and we identified 5 different strategic actions. Each of them declined into sub-action. The first one is quite interesting because it's about obtaining an harmonized classification of cultural and creative actors in European Union, at least. We have actually 2 problems. The first one is that there is no clear reference between the sector, for example, the 14th sector of the EU regulation for the cultural and creative industries, and the NACE code, which is Ateco in Italy, for example. And there is no perfect matching, and sometimes it's difficult to select and to list down the actors. The second problem is that within, outside the 14 sectors indicated by the EU regulation, there are some actors that can be considered creative but are not included in this regulation. For example, cultural tourism, creative food, and so on is not recognizable in the 14th sector, but you can find them with the Ateco code or NACE. So there is a need for harmonizing the way of selecting and identifying cultural and creative actors. The recommendation is this one in the table. Why this is important? Because a more coherent policy planning and measuring of the impact of the cultural and creative actor depends also on the way of collecting information from how many there are in a territory and so on, how big is the market, and to do that we need a clear recognition methods for cultural and creative industries. This is the first. The second one is about empowering policymakers. There is once agreed on the importance of the common methodology to map cultural and creative actors. The action is to empower policymakers. How to do so? The idea is to enable policymakers to build and establish more powerful public-private partnership in the cultural and creative sector. For example, by promoting clustering, and the example of the Creative Nests and Smart Atmosphere is wonderful. Secondly, the policymaker must be supported in design tailor-made and non-occasional financial program for the cultural and creative sector. And of course, we must push on make good practices and best practices circulation among different territories and European and international level. The third strategy is about a very interesting topic, which is the fact that educational system must be considered the fuel for cultural and creative enabling environment. That means that sometimes there is, we discussed with Professor Panozzo in the framework of another European project in Vittorio Veneto about that. There is a need to prepare young people about the importance of creative and cultural assets and cultural and creative skills. And we need to start from schools. So another strategy is to recognize creativity-based education as a pillar for future educational system in Europe. creativity can be a fundamental must be recognized as a fundamental transversal skills. Creativity can be used also as educational methodology. For example, design thinking, creative thinking, problem solving. These tools must be used also in primary school, for example, and not only at university and high schools. And then a suggestion is also to transfer creativity-based approach in the school works experience, because sometimes we forgot about the dual education, and this is, especially in Veneto region, is very important. The fourth is about the access to market. Access to market means having to do with audience development, increasing buyers, and of course, this game actually must be played in a digitalized world. So there is a need to improve the access to market for cultural and creative products and services. To do so, we have to increase the visibility of cultural and creative services and products in regional, national, but also international markets. A very peculiar action is suggested action is to differentiate the policies between very small and micro cultural players and very big cultural industries, because the action must be differentiated, because the targets are very different. And also the impact of policies are very different by choosing one or the other target. Of course, it's fundamental to push for more digital skills among cultural and creative actors, and not only because of the COVID pandemic event, but in general. We would like to stress again here to favor the merging between cultural and creative industries and traditional other traditional sectors such as tourism, health, education, social inclusion, but we will go deep in this field further on. Finally, the last recommendation here is to increase the capacity of cultural and creative actors to access financial resources. I'm not going through the list of suggestions because time is running out. So I will move directly to the next domain, which is the cultural and creative actors in relationship with other economic sectors. The starting point is this sentence of the European Commission of 2016, where they enlightened the importance of combining knowledge and skills with other sectors. Starting from this point, other sectors may innovate and become more resilient thanks to the combination of traditional knowledge with cultural and creative skills. From the other side, cultural and creative actors may widen their networks and offer and have a wider markets. So there is a reciprocal benefit in doing this. So it's of utmost importance the definition of strategies and actions specifically aiming at increasing the cross-fertilization between cultural and creative sector and other economic sector. And this is the, we dedicated a specific part of the plan on this. As mentioned before, we generated 4 strategies in these domains. The first one is cultural and creative sectors and tourism. This is particularly important in the light of the merging between culture and tourism also in the next programming period. But most of all because sometimes, especially the not very big destination, counts on their local material and immaterial heritage to emerge in the as a tourist destination, and cultural and creative sector in this field are very important. So a specific 3 specific actions has been created in this specific field. So help cultural and creative sector to valorize the authentic cultural and creative heritage of places in order to increase visitors, increase local development. Cooperation between local creatives and cultural tourism managers. This will be this is a suggestion. And also use creativity to tell places. You know that storytelling, place telling are very important for small destination, and the cultural and creative actors may help a destination to emerge thanks to new ways of telling places. These are the suggestions for tourism.
I'm sorry, Alberto, I'm kindly ask you to go a little bit faster because I know there is a lot of other strategies, but I ask you to go faster in presenting.
Okay. I'm going faster. So the 7th suggestion is about the relationship between cultural and creative sector and social inclusion. You can read there the sub-action. The 8th is about the connection between cultural and creative sector and natural and urban environment. So they are important both for ecosystem promotion and in particular for sustainability analysis and for regeneration of not only architectonic regeneration, but also community regeneration. Finally, the last one is about the relationship between cultural and creative sector and digital economy. This is fundamental, both about, in terms of skills and in terms of new products based on digital. I'm going to close with the last slide, only to describe the rest of the remaining part of the action plan. The action plan is about, as I said, policies, and there is an analysis of the main policies. It's about funding, and you can find information about the funding programs dealing with culture and creativities. And we also produce a list of European networks about in the field of creativity and also enterprises. Finally, of course, we want to stress the fact that we are in the negotiation now. So the information contained in the plan about funding and policies must be constantly updated because they are not definitive, they are not final. Thank you very much, and sorry if I went longer than expected.
Thank you, Alberto. Don't worry. It was just because I know that there were a lot of other things to say. I thank you so much, all the team from IAM Progettazione, because we stressed them a lot and they produced us a really interesting, useful and complete document about the sustainability of SMART project that could be shared also for other experience managed by the Veneto region in the last year. This last presentation joined perfectly with the first presentation did by Professor Lobs, because a lot of the suggestions proposed by Alberto Ferri are concretely available in the tool, in the engine tool presented by Social and Creative Projects. All these suggestions, I think that is really interesting, is that is based on the several levels of government, but they are addressed also to all the other bodies and stakeholders involved in the cultural and creative sector development. So it is a really starting point to discuss the sustainability, but also the new, in general, as Alberto stated in its last slide, the discussion of a new programming period, European programming period. You will find this document published on the Veneto Region Culture Platform, as well as the registration of all the documents presented during the today and tomorrow meetings. But you can find, if you are interested in go deeper in this analysis, because I I say again, it's a really well done work. It will be published with a full version in the Veneto region pages. It is in English, so it's available for all the interest subject. So I thank you all the panelists to join us in this meeting and to give availability to share with us their experience. And I ask to the attendees if there is any question referred of the daily session. We found a hand raised up, but the person, she's here. I asked to Mrs. Parodi if she's still interested in give her question. If yes, yes, I ask her to raise up her hands again so that the technician give them the possibility of speech. I don't know if some other people from the audience is interested. Raise up your hand in the chat or write down in the chat, and we'll give you the floor. No one. I ask also to the panelists if they are interested in add something, especially Alberto, because I cut him minutes ago. If they want to give us some impression of the content of the daily meeting. Alberto and Paolo, because if I well understood, Professor Lopes had to leave, to left for another, for other commitment.
From my side, I was interested, of course, to go deep to the platform and the tool developed by the Professor Loops, but he's not here, so I will probably contact him personally, because I was curious about the potential of this tool, because one of the main problem usually with European project is to guarantee sustainability of the products, and if I understood well, this can be a very good option to guarantee a rational search of document and information about a specific topic, and it can be used also after the end of the project, of course, to gain information and to plan something about a specific topic.
Definitely, because we have a great number of information contained and mapped in a unique tool system, so it would be extremely useful. So if no other question for the daily meeting, I see some. Yes, Sveva Ruggero, if you want, we give you the floor. Okay, Sveva, you are able to speak.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for inviting us to join your final conference. It's extremely important for us since we have a quite similar project in running in the Interreg Europe program, which is Region Arts, and is dedicated to the interaction between artists, creative people, cultural people, and ICT, but with the final aim to boost the traditional enterprises. So I was really much interested to learn from your activities of matching between creative and cultural sectors and SMEs. And I would like to understand if it's possible to define also this kind of projects as open innovation practices. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Paolo, do you want, considering you are our project manager, do you want to reply? I think, first of all, I give first my feedback. First of all, we as Veneto region and the representative of all projects, because we are the lead partner of this project, we are completely open to connect our experience to our project experience. So in our opinion, the network, as also Alberto Ferri and Mrs. Bressani stated in the first speech, is on the basis of the development of our project. So the networking, the exchange of good practice is one of the best way to boost the cooperation in general and to create new opportunities for our SMEs, both for cultural and creative ones, but also for traditional, in order to boost their competitiveness. So I don't know if Paolo or Alberto would like
no, Sveva, before answering you, could you please repeat the last part of your question, because I lost the some words, I think.
Sure. As I was saying, we are running a similar project.
Yeah.
Which deals between the which deals with the interaction between arts and new technologies, but with the final aim to boost SMEs' competitiveness in our territory. Arter is in Emilia-Romagna, is the innovation agency of the Emilia-Romagna. So my question was to related to the possibility to call your processes as open innovation processes. It is correct to identify your testing model in this category?
Yes, I mean, thank you for this question. I mean, it's absolutely in the framework of the open innovation, because we are working on something, let's say, new from a research perspective. SMART project is something really new, because we are trying to do our best in order to facilitate connection between cultural operators and SMEs. But the real scope of the connection is boosting the development of both the categories of the actors. So from one side, the cultural operators will be able to better understand the company's world, and from the other side, the SMEs will introduce in their organization some cultural and, let's say, creative aspects of the management of the activities. So we are in the frame of open innovation, and of course we unfortunately we used a lot those two words, open and innovation, for describing almost everything, and that's not so good for the real open innovation, because I mean, when we talk about open innovation, we should talk about something that will help and will strengthen the connection between real world and development in companies, and in our case, in creative and cultural activities. So the final answer to your question is yes, we are of course in the open innovation field.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sveva. And we will be pleased to keep in contact with you. We will be pleased to keep in contact with you if you are interested in deeper the knowledge of the SMART project and of the other initiative we are running in this framework.
Yes, definitely. If it's okay with you, I will send to you an email and propose a call to exchange experiences. Thank you very much, Mara.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Our question, I can't see anything else, so I think we are perfectly on time, and we're waiting for you tomorrow morning to the last session, where we're going to speak with a relevant policymaker at national and European level, but also with the Interreg program joint secretariat, in order to understand if all the work did during the last year will be concretely capitalized in the next programming period in the Med area. And we will have the possibility to discuss with several levels of governments the connection of their policies in the framework of cultural and creative sector. So thank you, everybody, to be with us this morning, and I hope to see you tomorrow.
very much, Mara.
Bye.
Hello, everyone.
We leave you again with a video of the spot of SMART project, the shorter one. Bye bye.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you to join this 2 days event SmartMed conference. Before starting the conference, I give you some technical information. This meeting is going to be recorded and the registration will be available in the next days on the culture platform of Veneto region, as well as on the project website. Your webcam can be switched on, but your microphones are automatically closed. For those who want to follow the event in Italian language, please select Spanish. It's curious, but there is Italian language on Zoom, on interpretation section in the bar below on the right. The questions and answers moment is explained after the speeches. In the meanwhile, you are welcome to text your question in the chat. Now, I welcome and give the floor to Mr. Fausta Bressani, Director of Culture Heritage, Culture Activities and Sport Department of Veneto Region.
Di nuovo buongiorno, benvenuti, grazie di essere qui con noi oggi. Porto innanzitutto il saluto della Regione del Veneto, in particolare dell'assessore alla cultura Cristiano Corazzari, e questo lo faccio nel doppio ruolo di lead partner di questo progetto, del progetto SMAT, e di direttore della direzione Beni, Attività Culturali e Sport, appunto, della Regione Veneto. Oggi è il secondo e ultimo appuntamento della SmartMed Conference, evento che abbiamo dedicato al dibattito sulla sostenibilità del progetto europeo SMART e sugli interventi e sulle strategie future a favore dello sviluppo del settore culturale e creativo.
Hello everybody and welcome to this event. I take the greetings of Regional Minister for Culture Cristiano Corazzari that can't be here with us this morning due to other commitments. I take also my personal greetings at the double role of Director of Veneto Region, the Culture Department that organized this today event, and also as a lead partner of SMART project. Today, we are at the second day of the SmartMed conference, a meeting dedicated to debate on the sustainability of SMART project and of a future initiative to support other projects directed to cultural and creative sectors.
La conferenza è iniziata ieri con una sessione dedicata alla presentazione dei principali strumenti per la capitalizzazione dei risultati raggiunti negli ultimi anni dai progetti dell'area mediterranea. Abbiamo quindi affrontato il tema della cross-settorialità del settore culturale e creativo e degli interventi per il suo sviluppo, ma ancora prima per la sua migliore definizione. Durante la mattinata è stato anche introdotto il modello dei Creative Nest, i nidi creativi, sperimentato positivamente dal progetto, presentando anche i singoli nidi attraverso dei brevi video nei quali sono sintetizzati i progetti pilota sostenuti dal progetto.
The conference started yesterday with a special session dedicated to the main tool to guarantee the capitalization of the project realized and implemented during the last period in the Mediterranean area. We face the theme of cross-related between the cultural and creative sector and other economic areas. And we talk about the importance to indeed the definition of cultural and creative sector. During the yesterday morning, we introduced the creative nest, that means the tools, the method tested during the project. And we introduced the videos of the 7 different nests implemented during SMART project.
La giornata di oggi vuole proseguire sul tema della sostenibilità, ascoltando le proposte concrete e le iniziative che il programma Interreg Med e i decisori politici di vari livelli di governo stanno mettendo in atto per garantire che gli investimenti, sia finanziari che non finanziari, attuati fino ad oggi, possano trovare sostanziali strumenti di sviluppo nel prossimo futuro, con particolare riferimento al periodo di programmazione 2021-2027.
I'm sorry. Today, the MED conference would continue with the topic of sustainability and especially giving the floor and giving the speech to the policymakers at different levels, starting from the Interreg Med program who supported a SMART project. Our aim is to guarantee that the initiative implemented during these years, and especially the investment under a financial and human point of view, could be sustainable in the future, paying particular attention to the programming period 2021-2027.
Il settore culturale e creativo negli ultimi anni è stato un soggetto strategico, veramente strategico per lo sviluppo economico e occupazionale del nostro territorio, ma così come dell'intero territorio europeo, grazie in particolare alla sua predisposizione quasi naturale all'innovazione. Ma per permettere il pieno sviluppo di questo settore è importante fare delle riflessioni che permettano di identificarne al meglio le caratteristiche e le potenzialità. Il progetto SMART, tra gli altri interventi rivolti al settore, rappresenta un piccolo tassello nella sperimentazione e nel confronto tecnico e politico con gli stakeholder del settore. Ma riteniamo che questa esperienza, che ormai è prossima alla conclusione, possa rappresentare un importante spunto per il dibattito odierno.
The creative and cultural sector during the last year represented a strategic sector, both for economic and employment aspect, and it is a really interesting sector for Veneto area, but also for national, Italian and European area, thanks of its natural character of being innovative. But to permit that this potential of development of cultural creative sector would be exploited, it is needed to work better and work more to develop this sector. SMART project, among other sections, represent a small piece in the great puzzle of experimentation, and it guarantees us a technical and permanent connection between stakeholders and policymakers. But we think that this experience that is close to the end in this month could represent an important starting point in the debate of this topic.
Quindi non mi resta che ringraziare i relatori della giornata di oggi per il contributo che daranno a questo dibattito e lascio la parola alla dottoressa Marianna Cavone, rappresentante del progetto orizzontale MED Social and Creative, che modererà la giornata di oggi. Vi saluto con un breve video di presentazione del progetto SMART. Buona giornata.
So I thank you everybody to be here with us this morning, and I thank in particular the speakers of the daily meeting, of the daily conference, and I give the floor to Marianna Cavone from Social and Creative MED Horizontal Project that will be our moderator today. And before give her the floor, I leave you with a short introducing video of SMART project. Thank you, everybody.
We were creative people.
Each in our own field.
Each in our mind.
In our space.
In our city.
In our country.
We had caring concepts.
We wished for sustainable ecosystems.
We wanted to show that interacting with art allows to think out of the box.
Is an investment for innovation.
We were missing a trigger. The SMART project. For 30 months, we have created
bridges between us,
between our ideas,
between our technologies.
We had concepts.
They became reality.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Mrs. Brassani, for this very interesting introduction of the day, where we will discuss about the future of cultural policies together with regional, national, and European policymakers. We will discuss also on the concrete proposal and initiative that the Interreg program and the policymaker at various levels of government, local, national, and European, are put in place to ensure that investments that are financial or non-financial implemented to date, and in particular to the next programming period 2027, sorry. Now we begin the day starting to present a model and the achievements of SMART project. One of the 11 projects, 9 modular and 2 integrated, of social and creative community led by the Social and Creative Horizontal Project, financed and in the framework of the Interreg program. Social and Creative Horizontal Project aims to consolidate a strong and sustainable social and creative community in the Mediterranean area, also with the result and the interaction with SMART project. Mr. Paolo Carlucci, now Project Manager for Directorate for Culture Heritage, Culture Activities and Sport Department of Veneto region, will provide us an overview of the SMART project. Please.
Thank you, Ms. Cavone. Good morning to everyone. I'm going to share my screen. Just give me a second. So here we are. As anticipated by Ms. Cavone, I will just give you an overview of the SMART project. I think I will take no more than 10 minutes in order to stay in line with the agenda.
Sorry, Paolo, may you launch the presentation because we are still watching your work scheme.
What, Mara? It's not clear. You cannot see the.
Yes, we can see it, but it's still in the planning phase. If you can launch it as presentation.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Now you should see it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I was saying that here you have some technical data. The project lasted 35 months from February 2018 till the end of December 2020. We had the budget of more than 2 million euros and 10 partners coming from 7 different countries. The thematic community was social and creative, but about this last point, Mr. Christoph Meyer, that is our project officer at JS, will give you some information. Here you have a geographical map of the project, so you can see we are 3 partners from Italy and 2 partners from Spain, 2 partners from France, and then we have 1 partner from Croatia and 1 partner from Greece and 1 partner from Slovenia. So 6 areas, as I said you before. And here you have a short description of the project. So SMART main goal was to improve the quality and quantity of connection between the public-oriented domain of culture from one side and the business-oriented domain of creativity from the other side, using an innovative forms of clustering that we called Smart Atmosphere. With SMART project, we worked a lot with the scope of generating and strengthening Smart Atmosphere, able to support the startup and the development of SMEs in creative and cultural sector, facilitating the access to cultural factories. SMART generated those smart atmospheres where cultural engines that are the cultural core of heritage, value, tradition, and cultural processes, and the value enhancing services from the other side, so incubators, financial services, public policy, etc., interacted together for the enhancement of business-oriented and product-oriented creative industries. So this conjunction, so the conjunction between cultural and creative actors, unfortunately, most of the time is much more announced than proclaimed. So cultural and creative are in need, are continually in need of improved connection in order to exploit their synergy and fully achieve their economic potential. So we started our work and activities with the scope to improve this connection that can be obtained via innovative forms of clustering. So with SMART, we brings together project partners from EU cooperation area, that is the MED area, whose common feature is a rich presence of cultural engines, a suboptimal connection between the cultural engine from one side and business-oriented creative industries from the other one. The first challenge and the most important challenge was to achieve the full potential and boost the power of the cultural engines in order for them to truly act as catalysts of creativity and innovation. And after more than 2 years of project life, I think we really did it. So we really strongly worked on the boosting of this connection, and we did it. So I'm really happy to announce now that we obtained the results that were contained in the SMART project. So the main goal was to improve the quality and quantity of this connection, and we worked a lot for achieving this smart atmosphere. These were the 5 main activities. So the first one was the definition and experimentation of a new cooperation model between those 2 actors I talked. And then the second activity was the creation of Creative Nest. I said you something yesterday, but I know that today Ca' Foscari University with Professor Panozzo will give you some more information about Creative Nest. Just for saying you something short, the Nest is a space for dialogue and contamination in which artists from one side and SMEs from the other one try to design new products and services together with scope to innovate product, process, and services. We work for the identification of projects for each nest. We at the end of the project, we can say that we have more than 50 total projects, and we offer a residency in the company in order to develop project links to the co-creation of new project and processes. And then we worked in the last months on transferring activities of this cooperation model between creative and cultural industries and traditional SMEs. And at the end of the activities, we put together all the results and all the goal achieved, and we developed, with the help of partners, the Smart Web platform. Here you also have the link, but during this day it will be presented by the responsible partner activity that is here today for sharing with you some important information regarding the platform. And that's it. I mean, I have nothing more to say. It was just a short overview and a direct overview of Smart Project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carlucci. And thank you very much for this interesting overview of the project. I think that to enforce and to reimage the relationship between culture and creative industries with this smart atmosphere model was very interesting, and I think that it could be also in the discussion more deeply this aspect. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Mr. Christoph Meyer, project officer from MED Program Joint Secretary, who will provide us an overview about program coordination mechanism and on the action that the Social and Creative Horizontal Project is carrying out as all horizontal projects, especially the action devoted to transferring and mainstreaming in collaboration with the governance project Panoramed, with the aim of identify the most mature results of the modular projects of our community to be capitalized, and pinpointing the givers and takers of such results. And I think that the Smart Project surely have some mature result to be discussed and to be capitalized in the next period of social and creative horizontal project job. So please, Meyer.
Hello, thank you, Mariana. Hello to everybody. Hello to the Smart community. Actually, unfortunately, it is the first time that we are meeting this way. It was a little bit a strange period that we had to work on all projects lately, as you know. And due to these circumstances, unfortunately, it has never been possible to meet directly with the Smart community. But I am happy that finally, at least, we have all the tools now to interact this way. So yes, I want perhaps first to start with. Yes, I have prepared also some slides. Okay, this was the idea to start to give you some. I don't know. I think yes. Okay, this one is starting, and the idea was first to start with the framework, which is Interreg, of course. So Interreg, perhaps some of you have learned that this is 30 years of Interreg this year, and in the focus of Interreg projects, Interreg program. Is the cooperation in Europe among different regions, across regions. Everything started 30 years ago, I think, between the Netherlands and Germany, that were tired of always going up to the national level and then find a solution for their specific needs by going up and down. And they started to cooperate across borders. So the first Interreg approach was to work on both sides of borders. And then since perhaps something like 20 years, we have also these kind of transnational programs, like the one that your project has been integrated. This is like the cooperation area that you have seen, the Mediterranean. In this case, there are some other cooperation areas, as you can imagine, across Europe, something like 15 on this transnational level. And then we have also some programs that are focusing on the whole European level, but it is still considered an approach for regions, an approach for on the regional and on the local level to have a kind of door for their European policies and projects. So this is how the MED program in 2014 to 2020, this was a kind of the third programming period of the program. And as you can see, it was a change because for the first time the MED program started to from the beginning started to introduce this idea of different communities that should work closely together, and of the respective horizontal projects that were meant to structure these communities. So the idea of these horizontal projects on the first place was to create these communities, and then, as Mariana has mentioned, also to help with the capitalization, what we call the capitalization process. What is the capitalization of the Interact projects? There are all over Europe, there are different ideas about what capitalization could mean. For some, it is very limited to certain aspects. We had a discussion a week ago with different programs, and in fact, it was really interesting to see how far and on what level capitalization could go. In the MED program, we have quite a strong governance approach. This means the project results are meant to help governors on the different levels to transform what has been developed in the projects into policies. So this can be programs, this can be plans, this can be new projects, but we have this idea of that governance is behind the capitalization. The need of the project results for governance is important. And this is also in this context that we have on a level that probably Mariana knows, but from the so-called modular projects, it is perhaps this transition level of the horizontal projects, because they are involved in another communication process where we are discussing among different horizontal projects, and with the governance project that Mariana has mentioned, Panoramed, that is a project that is only working and that is particularly working on governance aspects of the program. And then we have other governance projects that are more focused, that we call strategic projects. And on that level, we are identifying specific approaches to capitalize also for the program level the results of the different MED projects. So, for example, the last month we have worked particularly on the involvement of different horizontal projects in the new structure of the 21-27 program that is supposed to start next year. And as you can imagine, it's a lot of preparation still to do. So you can see here the different topics that have been dealt with within this program period. As you can see, they are quite large, so we didn't have a very thematic focus for this period. The distribution of projects among them was not very equal. So we had between 6 and more than 20 projects for each community. And I'm right away going to the social and creative community that you are involved. As you can see, I've put in green, I've put the SMART project, what your topic was. There were several projects that had the focus on CCI content. There was a project that has been finished 1 year ago called Chimera that was more working with clusters. Then there is Shebek project. I think at least yesterday I heard that they were also joining this meeting that were focusing more on tools for interaction between artists and small companies. Then we have very different topics. As you can see, we have worked with open data. There's one project that has worked with procurement, social responsible enterprises, also diet, or creative world that has been working with fashion directly, or co-creation, the project Co-Create. So it was a large community, and thanks to the horizontal project, it has been possible also to find different ways of interaction at different periods among these somehow very different topics. Now, preparing the new period 21-27, as you can see in the news, as you can follow the discussion, it is a very complex enterprise. There has been there are a lot of particular challenges for this period. It was clear that Brexit is having an impact on all the programs, and one of the impact, of course, is that there will be, in general, there will be less money for every program. And then there are other stories behind the scenery. You can follow them. Some of them are more strategic. If the budget has to pass, and what way it has to pass, and how it has to be linked to other policies. In general, I can say that it's now about 1 year that we are working to prepare more or less the new program period. This means we are getting, the first thing is we are getting a draft from the European Commission. And with this draft, we have to work from our side, because European territorial cooperation means that we have to involve the regional and particularly the national stakeholders, not the authorities as well, to draft the program then finally. So there were several indications for this period. As you can see, the focus on transition to smart and low carbon economy is very important. And then we have a reference to the European semester. What does European semester mean? So this is, as you know, every 6 months, usually the head of the European policy changes from one member state to the other. Actually now, currently it is still for some days, or for the rest of this month, it's still Germany leading the European semester. But then you also have the semester before and the semester afterwards to consider. This means also, this is just what you can see in terms of representation. But then in terms of policies, this means that there is a certain focus also during the semesters, particularly during these 3 following semesters. This could perhaps have an impact on the terms of references, because if we are making now progress on the 21-27 period, we cannot foresee everything that will happen during the next 7 years. For example, for the last periods, we could not have imagined what that we are discussing in final meetings like this. we had an impact of coronavirus or things like this. So you can see that we also need, and this is also referring to the last point of this slide already, that we need a certain flexibility also for this 7 years period. Very important also thematic concentration. So as I have mentioned already, there will be less funds for everybody, and in order to be to have a certain impact, we cannot do everything with the same focus. So we have to have a certain concentration, and we have to consider also, now coming back to what I said for the introduction, that we are mainly dealing with local and regional authorities. So the focus has to be has to match the impact that they can have with their policies somehow. And yes, the last part is also this result orientation. This is linked also to capitalization, that we need indicators to prove our efficiency. There has been a lot of progress during the last periods that I have seen, but it is still, as we are mainly the projects we are doing, they're not starting with zero and not producing everything that is possible. So we have to find a way to show also what has been done during the project period, and to consider what has already been there before and what we can use afterwards. So usually we are in a larger circle, and the project is bringing a contribution into a general initiative. So looking at what we are discussing now, just to summarize the discussion, it is a little bit complex. As you may, I have mentioned that the EU Commission is involved, and that afterwards the national authorities, so the member states of the Med, there are 13, I think now, they have to agree on a common concept that will be the guideline for this program period. So there has been, of course, there has been a thematic focus. It is everything that has to do, you have seen in the discussion, the Green Deal is very important for the next years to come. And this is logic, because unfortunately we have still, today I think it's the 5th year of the Paris climate event. So we still have a long way to go to reach the goals that we had fixed. And so climate neutral society is very important and almost a general goal for the next years, also for Interreg Med program. We will have the topics organized in that way that we have tried to introduce this topic on one side to economy, on the other side, of course, to the topics that we have seen before that have been very important during this period already. Natural resources, of course, risk management. This means mainly natural risks, but also human risks, and energy transition to green living areas. We have also still, and this is interesting for you, we have still kept the priority Smarter Med, because we think that it is very important to work with the good approaches that we have seen in this period. So as you can see, among these topics in the draft, currently we have also CCI is kept. So it is a topic like it has been for the last period as well, that is linked to as well to competitive innovation ecosystems and quadruple helix stakeholders. And we have some transversal approaches that could also be interesting. The whole architecture of projects will be a little bit different. In general, we will keep the idea of what we call now horizontal projects. They will probably not be called horizontal projects, but I can't tell you at this stage of the discussion how they will be called, but they will be linked very much to the institutional approach, which I had mentioned is very important for MAD, that we have the governors on board, the decision makers on board, and that they can make use of the results, the valuable results produced in the projects. And we will have a new approach on the side of the territories as well, because the territorial approach has always been actually the root of Interreg. We want to have one project line where we are developing from a territorial challenge directly different approaches directly linked to a thematic topic. This is currently also under discussion. Just to give you an outlook also on where we are with the discussion. We had during the summer, we had a consultation phase with contributions by the national authorities, also by horizontal projects. Now we have we are still in the process of finalizing the last version of the draft. We hope that next week we can have a decision on the draft, and then we will go to the next phase where we can have more detailed, can give out more detailed information, can work on the different topics and how they are also linked to the financial topics. So this is an outlook on where we are now. And I don't know if there's now the opportunity to, if you have questions, to give you the floor, or how it is foreseen. I just asked Mariana, or if she has, somebody has to add something, or up to you. I am finishing my presentation here, thanking you for your interest. And
thank you, Mr. Meyer. And the question and answer moment is planned after the all speeches. So I suggest welcome all the participants to text your question in the chat, so we now we can start to collect them. And I want just to add that in the next month we will start as a horizontal project a strong interaction, a process with all the modular project, with the transferring focus group and the policy working group, inviting all the actors of the Quadruple Helix in order to discuss the strategy and the model for transferring and mainstreaming the results of the modular project. And now I would like to invite Professor Fabrizio Panozzo from Ca' Foscari University of Venice, project partner and scientific coordinator, to present an experiment of this co-creation and the job done during this year, as also described in the SMART project overview. Thank you, Professor Panozzo.
Hello everyone. I hope you can see my screen. If
Yeah.
it is okay, I can
Yes.
move on with my presentation. So good morning, everyone. I'm Fabrizio Panozzo from the University of Venice, Ca' Foscari, and together with the Veneto region, we've been conducting the activities in the Veneto region, but we've also been advising the rest of the partners. Being the only academic partner, we've been advising the rest on what we have called an experimented model of the SMART idea. So what I will do in this few minutes, I will try to start from the beginning. So tell you a bit of the reasons why and the motivations that led us to design SMART the way we designed it. The type of result that we achieved, this central idea of the nest of the creative atmosphere, that is in the title itself of the project, and I will conclude by sharing some of the lessons we have learned and hopefully contribute to the future discussion on the role of culture and creativity in the economic development and for the other industries in particular. So SMART, of course, has been an experiment. We have identified one idea based on a set of initial reflections. And the initial reflections start from the end of the last century. We always think that it is useful both for us as scholars, but mostly for policymakers to remind where we come from. The idea of cultural and creative industries is not an idea stemming from the European Commission and not from any particular national government, but from one particular government, which is not in the EU anymore, the UK government, the English government, particularly the English government, London, early 90s, but formalized in 1997. Culture and creativity are declared for the first time industries, not for the first time in history. We should also always remember that culture and creativity had been declared industries back at the early years of the 20th century by Horkheimer and Adorno, German philosophers in Germany, in Frankfurt, but they were declared industries in a much different way and a much more critical way. What happens in the UK at the end of the last century is that culture and creativity are industries, they are politically declared industries, and this is good, this is fine, this is something to be stressed, because being industrial is good when you are cultural and creative, because you have to respond to another form of deindustrialization. So since the making of things, the making of goods, the making of physical objects and their trading, their manufacturing and their trading across the globe was diminishing, was fading away in the Western country and in the UK in particular, then the UK government came up with this idea of industrializing, transforming into industries, also culture and creativity. The underlying idea, which was then spread in the rest of Europe and in the rest of European countries and in the rest of European regions, quite uncritically, I must say, the underlying rhetoric was that culture and creativity were good because they were generators for talent. So talented people would flock into cities, into places in which they could express their creativity, and they would also be generators of economic value. So they would not only be something to be financed by public money, but they would also be something that generate resources, and also they would collaborate to the rest of the other industries, to the rest of the economy, to generate even more value. So an interesting distinction was created at the time, and we still bring on this distinction. We had to use this distinction, which is quite an odd one in this project as well, a distinction between the traditional economy and the one of cultural and creative industries, which implies that cultural and creative industries is not traditional. So traditional is the manufacturing, traditional is the I don't know, mechanical sector, the chemical sector, the building of ships or the building of furniture, or agriculture is traditional, and cultural and creativity are not. Cultural and creativity are supposed to be new, which of course, as we know, is not true. So there is a fundamental problem here, fundamental conceptual problem, from which we departed from this isolation of culture and creativity in one bundle, and the isolation of that bundle from the rest of the economy. The rest of the economy being traditional and cultural and creative industries being somehow new and not traditional. So our initial reflection was based on this, and we reflected critically on this because we had some doubt on whether this was all correct after 15 years of discussion on culture and creativity, and we started to reflect on innovation. What can we do which is new in this field? What can we do? What can we say with the SMART project that hasn't been said yet? We reflected on trying to develop an idea of novelty, an idea of innovation. We tried to reflect on how the resources had been spent to provide support to these industries. They were treated as the industries. So when traditionally, what have we done throughout the 20th century and even before, when the state wanted to support industries of all kinds? We provided physical spaces, so we provided buildings, we provided ground, land to build new industries. So physical spaces were an important element of the investment. So we provided incubators, hubs, and material devices, and again physical space to establish and also to gather the cultural and creative businesses. We, of course, provided with public money a lot of digital spaces because we thought that connections and this new type of so-called supposed new type of industry would need much digital resources. We, of course, provided physical resource, financial resources in the form of grants, startup grants in order to launch new business. And we provided a lot of meetings, workshops, and training in order to transform the actors and the protagonists of the cultural and creative economy into also economists, also into entrepreneurs and managers. The whole idea was to reinforce through these mechanisms the strength and the competitiveness of the so-called cultural and creative industries. And we asked ourselves, have we been missing something? Is everything being said about cultural and creative industries? And of course, that was a rhetorical question because we thought that much had to be said still. And I'm going fast here. Of course, there are contributions. We also wrote a set of papers that explain these considerations in greater detail. One thing that we reflected upon is based on research, but also based on evidence, is that bringing together culture and creativity in the same bundle is probably overlooking fundamental differences between the way in which culture is produced and the way in which creativity is produced. Culture, the core of culture, the core of cultural production, has quite a weak and not so direct link with the market. Culture is typically difficult to sell. It is difficult to sell because it doesn't produce specific products in the short term. It is very often linked to social and political dimensions of growth, of the understanding, of the sensibility, of the awareness of a given population, while creativity is very often and very immediately incorporated into products that can be sold in the marketplace. So there is a fundamental difference between the very mechanism of production of culture and the mechanism of production of creativity. The core of culture in particular is made of the arts, and the arts again are a tricky phenomenon. They are a phenomenon in which the notion of functionality, the notion of producing something to then be functional to something else, which is then put on the marketplace and generates value, is not that obvious. But art is what makes the difference. We are talking about this. We are all talking about culture and creative industries, and all the models tell us that there is a heart, there is a pulsating core, there is an element that if we remove that element, the rest crumbles. There's no point in talking about cultural and creative industries if you remove the artistic dimension, which keeps together all the rest. So we thought, can we reimagine the relationship between art, between the core of the cultural and creative industries, again, quotation marks. We thought that the creation of a smart atmosphere could be a way. We thought of reflecting, we As you can say from the title itself of the SMART project, we removed the idea of industry, we removed the idea of sector, and we thought more in terms of atmosphere. We picked the notion of atmosphere. We didn't invent it, the notion of atmosphere. We picked it from a cultural economist, Walter Santagata, who for first, but together also with Pierluigi Sacco, they came up with this territorial reading, territorial interpretation of culture and creativity as factors of local development. So not so much and not only within the industrial dimension, but wider, in a wider vision in the territorial dimension. And what is a creative atmosphere? A creative atmosphere is a broader, more dispersed phenomenon that keeps together the producers of culture, so local systems of cultural production, those that we in SMART, but in the original model as well, are called culture factories. So those places in which there is an organized and professionalized mechanism of cultural production, and those that in SMART we used as value enhancing services. In order to have this to function, in order to have the creative atmosphere created, you have to have services that enhance value. You have to have something in between. You have to have something that creates the connection, that generates the connection. And as we've seen before, we relied a lot on physical space, on financial support, on digital platform, on training as ways of connecting everything. But probably, and this is where we experimented with SMART, probably there is something more to be done. And that something more to be done, the experiment of SMART is the nest, is this particular configuration in which culture factories, local systems of production receive a value enhancing services. So we started with this idea and we experimented this idea that we need to, first of all, create a mutual recognition of producers and users of cultural content. Very often in the same territory, in the same physical territory, within little distance, those who produce culture and those who manufacture other products, they don't know each other. There are thriving global firms that exist in a given territory and they know very little about the working, the activity, the results, the reputation of the local theater, of the local system of artistic production, of the local system of musical production. So first of all is a matter of territorial, local, social, mutual knowledge, knowing each other, letting the so-called traditional firms that the system of cultural production exists. Once this awareness has been created, you need to suggest and invite to the exchange of information and ideas between artists and businesses. The distinction we make in this project is between the core of the so-called cultural and creative industries and the businesses, those who produce value not necessarily with a commercial and with a business orientation immediately, and those that at the other end of the spectrum, they actually produce for profit and they produce with a market orientation. So we thought that combining artistic ideas and business opportunities in a particular way could be the experiment that we were set to conduct in this SMART project. But where to conduct this experiment? We thought that a specific, not necessarily a new, but a specific attitude was needed in order to create this combination in a more effective way. And we thought of the mechanism or of the category of the nest. The nest is a place, not necessarily a physical place. The nest is more an attitude than a place, is a way of creating the connection that generates co-creation, but it is fundamental a curator of human and professional encounters between the cultural core and the business domain. So a nest can be a person. A nest is a state of mind, is a modality of connection, which doesn't rely solely on space, doesn't rely exclusively on financial resources. It relies on the capacity and the possibility to create human connection between the human and professional skills of the artists, of the creative, and the needs of the business environment. A nest can be made by a single person if the single person has the right characteristics. And the right characteristics are the ones of being able to create a language, for instance, a new language connecting the world of business and the world of cultural production. And a nest doesn't necessarily need a new institution, it doesn't need a new board, it doesn't need a new scientific committee. All it needs is sensitivity and an awareness and availability to spend time and human resources in generating the interaction. And I move toward the conclusion. We've constructed this nest in the Veneto region and in other 7 episodes across the SMART project, and we've learned some lessons. We've learned some lessons, for instance, on the notion of clustering. What does it mean to cluster anything, but in particular, in this case, the cultural and the creative? Proximity is not enough. Bringing people, institutions, organizations together is not enough. And we've all often done this. We've often, in a way, put cultural and creative industries in one place all together, hoping that something happens. Or we've traced a map in the territory with the dots showing where the actors are. This is a good exercise, this is a fundamental exercise, but the topography and the physicality of the clustering is not enough. It's a representation and we need action. We need the clustering to become and to be recognized as mostly a social and cultural activity. Clustering is a process, is something that you constantly do. And in order to constantly do something, you need people that constantly create the connection and maintain the connections. One other element, but that was stated from the beginning, CCIs are not new and they are not non-traditional. CCIs are traditional. CCIs are history. Italy wouldn't exist without CCIs. Cultural and creative industries have been there for centuries in Italy and in many other countries. They have been there in the field of manufacturing, in the field of craft, in the field of fashion, in the field of even in the auto industry. We are deeply embedded in a history of culture and creativity being part of production. Many artists of the Renaissance period, they were first and foremost creative professionals. Many of their realizations, many of their work of arts, they were explicitly connecting culture with production. One example, for instance, from here, from the Veneto region, think about a UNESCO heritage like the Palladian villas, the operas, the buildings of Andrea Palladio. What are they? Are they just buildings for vacation, for enjoyment, full of paintings? No, in most cases, they are also farms. They are also factories. The way in which Andrea Palladio, that we now celebrate as a master of culture and creativity, worked, he worked for business people. He worked for business people by constructing a beautiful house with, attached to the beautiful house, also the buildings for agriculture and the building for industry, the industry of the time. So what we have in the Palladian UNESCO heritage mechanism in this region, but then spread all over the world, is a fundamental connection between culture, creativity, and industry, and it has been there for centuries. So this is not new, at least not new in Central Europe. Maybe it was new in the UK at the time when they came up with the idea. So there's a fundamental distinction. There's something else that we learn is that there's a fundamental distinction between culture as decoration and culture as regeneration. very often we've seen that there is a tendency in ourselves, in our minds, but mostly, and also in the mind of those we discuss with, of looking at culture as something that makes things more beautiful, more enjoyable, more colorful. Very often, if you Google culture and creativity, you have these stereotypical images of the light bulb exploding, of the colors everywhere, of the gray of industry, and of the colorfulness of the cultural and creative. This may lead to a certain interpretation, which is not, in our view, correct, of culture as decoration, of culture as something that intervenes on the surface. On the other side, you have a more profound and something that should probably be expanded further in the next few years, of culture as regeneration, of culture as transformation. Culture does something more profound, deeper to society and to the economy. And in order to move in that direction, we need a more critical reflection on the ideas of functionality implied in the various dimensions of regenerations by CCS. We see in the current discussion, we've just seen in the preceding presentation, that culture is asked to do many, many things. We are probably going towards redefinition of the attention for culture and creativity as an isolated, as a enucleated system, and we are looking at culture and creativity as something that intervenes everywhere, that contributes to sustainability, that contributes to climate change, that contributes to social cohesion. Culture is asked to be functional, to support, help, improve other policies, other dimensions of human life. But we would like to send a warning signal on this, mostly to the policymaker. Let's reflect more carefully on this functionality. When we declare culture and creativity functional, yes, we can do that, but we have a history of reflection during the 20th century that warns us against, or warns us on the need to reflect on what happens when we declare culture and creativity functional. And not always good things happen when we declare culture and creativity functional. And to conclude, we think that we have to make a reflection based on this more or less angle when it comes to the future of the relationship between culture and creativity, and this idea of regenerating, of doing more, of transforming something else. We may, for instance, reflect on some of the categories: social cohesion, urban regeneration, that were also in the SMART project. For instance, on the urban dimension, we are inviting and we are reflecting and suggesting that culture and creativity should be less seen as a way of beautifying, less seen as something that is made or that is used to make buildings more colorful, both inside and outside, more desirable, and therefore more desirable by people with money that can buy building, which is a way in which culture and creativity has been used so far in the urban sphere, making parts of the city beautiful so that people with money could have access to that part of the city. And it could be more, on the other side, used for the spaces between buildings. So the regeneration of the urban should not necessarily be the regeneration of the building itself, of the beautification of the building itself. It should probably be more a reflection on what happens between buildings, what happens in the urban space, in the sidewalks, on the streets, on the parks, on the liminal spaces that are left empty by probably a too great attention on beautifying the built environment. For the social, we should probably regenerate again the social. We are asked to regenerate the social, but again, culture and creativity, they can be seen as entertainment or as something else. Again, we should probably focus less on entertainment. So culture and creativity is not only something that we activate when we want to relax, when we want to enjoy. Of course it is this. Of course it has to do with enjoyment and entertainment, but it also can be something that works on the social in a much more profound way, by reconnecting community ties, by making people doing things together, by making people reflect about their social connections and their social dimensions as communities. So a much more profound use of culture and creativity. And at the individual level, here again, we have another dimension of regeneration. How do we regenerate the individual? And again, we can have a superficial notion of mental regeneration that has to do with the idea of bricolage. We make people do little things. We make people become makers. We make people become creative with their hands, so they spend time and they are better. And yes, this is a way, culture and creativity, it can be entertaining, it can beautify, it can let people have some toys to play with and to make the 3D printer or something else, to become little makers in their little domestic space. But again, to the individual, culture and creativity can do more than this. It can regenerate the psychological well-being. We can mobilize also other arts. We can mobilize the performing arts. We can mobilize theater. We can mobilize dance to intervene more profoundly, for instance, on the notion of welfare, on the notion of health. The unexpanded notion, the OMS expanded notion of health is not just notion of a physical health, is notion of psychological, social health. And along these dimensions, culture and creativity, they can be very useful, they can be very functional if understood in their depth, if understood in their profound ability to intervene critically, but also through this criticality to contribute to the improvement of society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Panozzo, for this interesting presentation. And I think that culture is an enabling factor of human and sustainable development, stimulating the innovation and creativity, which can drive inclusive and sustainable growth. And I think that this can be reached also stimulating the relationship between the culture core and business domain you mentioned before in this creative nest. So thank you very much. And now I would like to share a video presenting the results, concrete results of SMAT project. This is the SMAT web platform where you can find out more on the supported project, or you can find about funding opportunities, and you can also zoom on each creative nest development during the project. So it's a digital platform acting as a multiplier of links with different resource providers. So we can start with the video, and then we will have a presentation of in details of this platform. Thank you. like to introduce our next speaker, Charlotte Blotier, from TVT Innovation, project partner, who will present and will give us more details about the platform that we have the opportunity to see during this video. So thank you, Mrs. Blotier.
Thank you. First, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the Veneto region team and also the Ca' Foscari University team for this well-built and leaded SMART project. And even if this year has not been a nice year for the project and for the opportunity to meet, we went on working together, and that's very nice. So thank you very much. As you already introduced it, I would like to present you more in detail the SMAS platform, which is a tool to support the testing phase of the project and also to take advantage of the digital opportunity. So I'm going to share my screen. Yes. Sorry, I don't see what you see, so I hope you see the right screen. Okay, thank you. So this platform aimed to be different, but linked to the SMAF MED program official website and also the SMAF social network. The idea was to follow the dynamic developed by each of the 8 and Creative Nest by fostering off and online cooperation between the creative industries, partners, stakeholders, and financial operators. Sorry. As you can see here, you can so the home of the website, you can find quite quickly the Creative Nest and where they are located, as well as a short description of the SMAF project. And you can go directly to the official website of the project, which is hosted by the MED program. As well, find the key numbers on the project, like the number of project supported, joint project, number of partners, Creative Nest, countries, and the MED Creative cluster we created. So you can access to this website directly, by clicking on the link or from the official SMAF website. Then you can access to the Creative Nest and project. So either by clicking here or by clicking here. Sorry, my connection is not so fast. So after a short explanation on what are the Creative Nest and project, you can either access directly to the nest and then to the project of the nest, or to the project. So let's first access to the nest. So the 8 nest, Creative Nest, are visible through this web page. So you have the one from Toulon, Veneto, Friuli Venezia Giulia Autonomous Region, Zagreb, Maribor, Barcelona, Athens, and Pays d'Arles. So when you click on one nest, you have the partner involved in the Creative Nest. So in our case, TVT Innovation is the SMAF, one of the 2 French SMAF partners, but we have a strong collaboration with our cultural incubator, Le Port des Créateurs, which is also located in Toulon. So you have the location of the nest and the subsector in which the nest is involved, as well as the main objective of the nest and the project which are supported by the nest. So in our case, we have 5 supported projects. And when you click on one project, taking time, you have so some illustration of the project, depending the kind of project. In this case, it's the California, so the link between music and territory. So there is an interview. If there is other materials like video or photo, they can be put in the page. And if you want to have more information, to contact them, and then you can access also to the other project of the nest. Then if you want to access to directly to the project, you can have the list of all the project developed by all the partners within the SMAF project. So here you can see all the projects which are reported in the SMAF platform. And then you can search them by countries, CCI sector, or key med thematics. For instance, if you click on urban regeneration, I didn't take the easiest one, you see that there is 4 projects linked to this key med thematic. Regarding the med creative cluster, so it's the part of the website where we made available the tools and concepts that were prototyped and tested within the Creative Nest and the SMART project. It's like a toolbox supporting creative industry in the med area, so you can find some documents. You also have the funding opportunities where you can find content on how to finance the creative project in Europe and have an easy access to information explaining the European major funds and new opportunities dedicated to creativity and innovative SMEs with a link to the selected website. So the idea is also to make it, to update it as often as possible to make new opportunities available. And finally, the crowdsourcing experience, which is an open call dedicated to people who are looking to get support on the setting up of their project and need to be connected with other creative innovators. So there is a small explanation, and it refers to the dedicated platform that the partner have chosen, which is the Envato platform. So it's a crowdsourcing platform dedicated to creative projects. So you can register your project and find support to develop it with creative people. And I think that's it. So you can find the platform from the website, but you also can find the platform from the smart videos, the small, sorry, and smart videos that we have made for the Creative Nest. So for example, the Creative Nest of Veneto, that have been displayed yesterday. So you have the presentation of the project, and at the end of the video, and at the end of the video, there is the link to also the SMAF platform to join the platform. So that's it. Thank you. If you have any question or comments. We don't hear you. You didn't unmute the microphone.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I remember to our attendees to text all the questions in the chat so we can discuss at the end of all the speeches. And thank you very much. And now, after this first moment of presentation of the major results reached by the SMART project in the framework of the InterRegMed program, where I can see that there are mature results implemented at a local level, because the Creative Nest are replicated in 6, I think, countries, different countries of partner project. And so I think that it could be important now to have the next 2 presentations, because they will focus on concrete proposals and initiatives at national and European level. This is very important for us, because this could help us as a horizontal project, but also as a modular project, to better understand what are the action that are put in place and that are ongoing, and also for the next programming period 2021-2027 for our activity of mainstreaming of these results. So now I would like to present our next speaker, Mr. Fabio De Chirico, Director of Cultural and Creative Enterprises, Fashion and Design Services of Ministry of Culture, Heritage and Activities and Tourism, MIBACT. And Mr. De Chirico will give us and will present the activity of the Creative Directorate of MIBACT and the X function, and also he will report about the Creative Europe DEX in Italy experience, that is the national contact point of the Creative Europe DEX financed by the European Commission. And also we will share with us 3 projects, some projects managed by the Ministry in the culture and creative field. And then he will give us an overview of objectives and action planned by the Ministry MIBACT for the culture and creative sector, with a specific focus on the role of the contemporary art. Thank you very much, Mr. Fabio De Chirico. I give you the floor for the presentation.
Sì, grazie. Buongiorno a tutti. Intanto ringrazio la Regione Veneto e l'Università Ca' Foscari per questo invito che mi consente di presentare quella che è l'attività della Direzione Generale Creatività Contemporanea, di recente istituzione con l'ultima riforma del Ministro Franceschini. Mi dice lei se mi fermo così per la traduzione? Bene? Io cerco ora di condividere lo schermo perché ho preparato un PowerPoint.
Sì, grazie. Può iniziare.
Ecco,
grazie mille.
Vedete lo schermo?
Certo.
Ecco, grazie. Scusatemi, ma ho cambiato il computer perché avevo un computer nuovo. Allora, buongiorno a tutti. Ringrazio appunto per l'invito, perché nella mission della nuova direzione generale, tra le attività che abbiamo messo in campo in merito proprio alle imprese creative e culturali, sicuramente una delle nostre prime azioni è quella di come dire, istituire rapporti con tutti i territori e con tutti gli stakeholder, e quindi ringrazio molto per questo invito che ci consente anche di, come dire, di conoscere un'esperienza fatta appunto in Veneto, che sicuramente per noi è estremamente importante, questa diciamo, intersezione tra l'aspetto aziendale e l'aspetto creativo è sicuramente uno dei, diciamo, dei cardini su cui impostare tutte le azioni di policy legate appunto alla creatività contemporanea. Per quanto riguarda appunto il Ministero, la Direzione Generale Creatività Contemporanea, la nuova riforma ha, come dire, quella che è partita appunto all'inizio del 2020, ha consentito di, come dire, di attivare a 360 gradi l'azione politica e tecnica del Ministero sul mondo della creatività. Perché appunto il ministro Franceschini ha voluto, come dire, riorganizzare questa direzione generale che prima era dedicata all'arte e all'architettura contemporanea e alla rigenerazione urbana, ha voluto, come dire, istituire ben 5 servizi, di cui il servizio primo è proprio dedicato alle imprese culturali e creative, alla moda e al design, oltre naturalmente agli altri servizi specifici sull'arte contemporanea, l'architettura contemporanea, la rigenerazione urbana e le periferie e la fotografia. Nell'ambito di questa delle nostre attività già appunto consolidate ormai da alcuni anni, chiaramente la direzione generale ha delle funzioni e una mission specifiche, perché naturalmente noi siamo legati soprattutto all'attività che promuove la conoscenza dell'arte, dell'architettura, della fotografia, del design, della moda e di tutti i linguaggi della creatività in Italia e all'estero. La direzione sostiene molto attività di ricerche e promozione di talenti e delle eccellenze, si occupa anche dell'acquisizione al patrimonio pubblico delle opere d'arte contemporanea, ma su questo vi dirò qualcosa anche dopo legato proprio alle imprese creative, e promuove la qualità del progetto, oltre che naturalmente i percorsi di formazione in collaborazione appunto con le università, con le regioni, con gli enti locali in materia di arte contemporanea e di tutto quello che attiene appunto ai linguaggi della contemporaneità. Per quanto invece riguarda la materia specifica delle imprese creative e culturali, la nostra mission è proprio quella di attivare progetti innovativi legati appunto alla rigenerazione, ma non soltanto, legati appunto alla promozione della creatività, e questo lo facciamo ovviamente attraverso la costruzione di accordi e di convenzioni con soggetti sia pubblici che privati. Ovviamente il nostro campo di azione si è notevolmente ampliato in questo anno. Abbiamo ovviamente l'input di coordinarci con le regioni e con le politiche locali, ovviamente senza perdere di vista quello che è il quadro europeo e soprattutto la progettazione a livello culturale, a livello appunto di rapporto con l'Europa. Assicuriamo il coordinamento della promozione e il sostegno alle industrie creative sul territorio nazionale, e in più l'ultima importante modifica ha comportato che il desk del programma Europa Creativa, che è il desk Italia sul programma Europa Creativa, venga incorporato all'interno della direzione generale. Il desk, appunto, il Creative Europe Desk Italia è un ufficio che appunto è sostenuto dalla Commissione europea economicamente, ed è soprattutto un ufficio di supporto alla progettazione e alla programmazione delle proposte da sottoporre poi a livello europeo, ed è suddiviso ovviamente in due ambiti di azione, cioè l'ambito cultura, che ha appunto sede a Roma ed è quello che è gestito dalla nostra direzione generale, e l'ambito invece che si occupa dei media e che fa capo invece all'Istituto Luce Cinecittà, che ha 3 uffici dislocati tra Roma, Torino e Bari. Il desk appunto è un supporto essenziale per sostenere la programmazione e la progettazione a livello europeo e quindi fornisce assistenza tecnica a tutti coloro che vogliono partecipare al piano cultura europeo, e quindi questo sarà molto importante, lo sentivo anche prima nell'intervento precedente, per il settennio 2021-2027, che tra l'altro è stato dotato di come dire, il ministro Franceschini recentemente ha comunicato che il finanziamento per i progetti dedicati appunto a questo ambito sono notevolmente incrementati sul piano economico con un importo superiore addirittura al 100% rispetto a quello precedente. In più promuove appunto la conoscenza della programmazione europea attraverso seminari, workshop e attività di vario genere, e poi ovviamente svolge anche un'attività di monitoraggio su quello che è il programma culturale e sulle politiche culturali in Italia. Per quanto riguarda appunto invece i progetti che la Direzione Generale sta mettendo in campo e che ha messo in campo per sostenere la creatività contemporanea, devo su questo fare una premessa molto importante, ossia che ovviamente noi abbiamo come dire, siamo al centro di questa riforma del Ministero, però ovviamente al momento ci sono ancora delle strutture che sono legate alla vecchia compagine ministeriale. Tuttavia in questo anno, anche in relazione a quella che è la grave emergenza pandemica che ha coinvolto tutti, soprattutto il settore culturale, che è stato notevolmente come dire, provato, insomma, sono emerse tutte le evidenti criticità del settore culturale e soprattutto della produzione, della difficoltà a sostenere la produzione culturale in questo momento in Italia. Diciamo, la convergenza di queste due situazioni non ci ha comunque impedito di attivare una serie di iniziative finalizzate proprio al sostegno della creatività. Inizio dalle ultime diciamo, iniziative che abbiamo messo in campo. Anche questo, per esempio, questo veramente a stretto rapporto con il sottosegretario Orrico, che ha avuto la delega dal ministro proprio per quanto riguarda la creatività contemporanea e il sostegno alle imprese creative e culturali, e quindi abbiamo subito attivato delle iniziative. La prima è appunto questa dedicata ai Board Game Festival, che è indirizzata soprattutto ai piccoli borghi, quindi ai comuni che hanno una popolazione fino a 5.000 abitanti o fino a 10.000 abitanti, e questa azione che diciamo sostiene la realizzazione di progetti culturali e creativi all'interno di queste realtà è un'azione che mette in campo, abbiamo messo in campo circa 750.000 euro, ma che ha l'obiettivo soprattutto di evitare la dispersione e come dire, l'impoverimento dei borghi italiani che costituiscono il tessuto veramente più rilevante a livello antropico e a livello socio-economico del nostro territorio, e quindi questo progetto si pone l'obiettivo di sostenere le realtà anche di incubazione per quanto riguarda le imprese creative e culturali, e soprattutto di rafforzare e integrare l'offerta turistica e culturale, facendo sì che questi borghi possano, come dire, mettere in moto delle azioni basate appunto sulla cultura e sulla creatività, di rigenerazione e quindi di riattivazione di tutta una serie di meccanismi inclusivi, ma anche diciamo di costruzioni di rete. Devo dire che la direzione generale si muove soprattutto attraverso bandi pubblici. Le nostre azioni sono per lo più finalizzate attraverso progetti che incalano le risorse verso il sostegno alla programmazione e alla progettazione. Per esempio, un altro intervento che abbiamo, che è, come dire, nella mission istituzionale della direzione generale, è quello legato al piano per l'arte contemporanea, che è un piano sostenuto da una legge del 2001, che ha come obiettivo quello di sostenere l'incremento del patrimonio pubblico. Ebbene, già dal bando che abbiamo attivato quest'anno con un importo di 2 milioni di euro, questo bando non è finalizzato soltanto alle arti visive, ma abbiamo voluto aprire la possibilità di incrementare l'acquisizione anche, per esempio, degli archivi del design o piuttosto della moda, quindi estendere le azioni anche al mondo più vasto della creatività. Così come abbiamo fatto con Italian Council, che è un bando, come dire, uno degli assi portanti della direzione generale, che fino all'anno scorso era indirizzato prevalentemente alle arti visive. Da quest'anno invece abbiamo subito modificato il bando inserendo appunto azioni che comportino il coinvolgimento di tutti i settori della creatività. Queste che appunto sono azioni per noi strategiche, sono strategiche anche per il Ministero, hanno inteso appunto allargare tutto il settore proprio alla creatività contemporanea. Abbiamo fatto dei bandi specifici sulla fotografia anche, che è un settore appunto che, come vi dicevo prima, vede all'interno del Ministero della nostra direzione la creazione di un ufficio proprio specifico e quindi anche il sostegno a tutta la produzione fotografica, non soltanto in termini di produzione, ma anche di conservazione, di valorizzazione legata appunto agli archivi. E in questa logica abbiamo attivato anche un bando in collaborazione con il Museo della Fotografia Contemporanea, il MUFOCO, che si chiama appunto Refocus, cioè una rimessa a fuoco sulla realtà, proprio legato alla situazione emergenziale e contemporaneamente con la finalità di sostenere proprio i giovani talenti che lavorano con il medium fotografico. Ultimo bando che è uscito appena 2 giorni fa, che proprio ha nelle sue corde il sostegno alla creatività, sia pure con un'azione mirata, è quello dedicato appunto alla realizzazione di un logo che verrà utilizzato per una piattaforma a cui stiamo lavorando ormai da diversi anni, che è la piattaforma dedicata ai luoghi del contemporaneo. Qui vedete appunto anche il link attraverso cui accedere a questa piattaforma. È una piattaforma che ha come obiettivo quello di censire in tempo reale, quindi in progress, tutte le realtà che operano in Italia e che sono dedicate alla cultura e alla creatività contemporanea. Ebbene, abbiamo lanciato questo bando che è indirizzato soprattutto ai web designer, ai graphic designer, ai creativi che operano all'interno del mondo vastissimo della comunicazione grafica, con l'obiettivo di costruire un logo che sia anche una sorta diventi poi una sorta di marchio di qualità di tutti questi luoghi, che potranno utilizzarlo e spenderlo anche nelle loro attività progettuali. Ovviamente io vi scorro molto velocemente anche le altre iniziative, perché vedo che insomma sto seguendo anche il tempo e non vorrei rubare tempo a chi mi seguirà negli interventi. Un altro bando che appunto a cui abbiamo lavorato è quello legato al sostegno agli scambi di progettualità, soprattutto indirizzati ai giovani, ai creativi, ai professionisti della cultura, che è il bando di città, che si chiama appunto Città come Cultura, un progetto che abbiamo realizzato insieme al Maxi e che vede 7 città coinvolte in questa ultima azione, cioè Bologna, Taranto, Lucca, Parma, Milano e L'Aquila. Altre azioni che sono finalizzate a sostenere non solo la rigenerazione, ma la riattivazione e anche, come in questo caso, proprio l'idea che le scuole e le biblioteche siano i poli, diciamo, di una formazione non di una formazione permanente all'interno di territori particolarmente fragili, è il bando, il grande progetto a cui abbiamo destinato molte risorse, più di 700 milioni di euro, scusate, di 7 milioni di euro nell'arco di 2 anni, è il bando Cultura Futuro Urbano, che è proprio indirizzato a quelle realtà che operano in territori particolarmente depauperati, particolarmente fragili, con l'intento di sostenere una progettazione basata sulla cultura e sulla creatività veramente a 360 gradi. Queste sono azioni che erano già state attivate precedentemente, ma che per noi sono appunto assolutamente fondamentali, così come appunto il Festival dell'Architettura, scorro velocemente, oppure il bando Creative Living Lab, che appunto è più indirizzato al tema della rigenerazione urbana. Quali sono, ecco, con queste ultime 2 slide vorrei concludere il mio intervento, quali sono le azioni a cui stiamo lavorando proprio specificamente collegate al tema delle imprese creative e culturali. Ci siamo ovviamente in questi mesi, dall'inizio dell'anno, quando abbiamo avuto il mandato di occuparci di questo settore specifico, abbiamo attivato tutta una serie di interlocuzioni con i nostri principali interlocutori, che sono soprattutto appunto i distretti creativi, le università, tutte le associazioni, nonché ovviamente con il Ministero per lo Sviluppo Economico e le altre direzioni generali, con l'obiettivo intanto di svolgere un'attività conoscitiva e orientativa. E a seguito di queste varie interlocuzioni, ecco perché è importante per noi essere presenti in queste giornate anche nel Veneto. Stiamo lavorando all'idea di creare, di costruire un osservatorio nazionale delle imprese creative e culturali. Vi annuncio questa iniziativa perché è naturalmente ancora in fieri, nel senso che abbiamo già messo da parte delle risorse per questo progetto, ma vorremmo che questa piattaforma dedicata esplicitamente alle imprese creative e culturali non sia una semplice azione di monitoraggio, ma funzioni come una sorta di hub creativo che possa essere verso queste realtà anche di supporto nell'orientamento, nella consulenza, ma anche per esempio sui temi della internazionalizzazione o sui temi molto importanti della managerializzazione della cultura e quindi anche al contrario del supporto creativo e artistico verso le aziende. Quindi vorremmo che questa piattaforma sia una piattaforma assolutamente dinamica. Al fine di arrivare alla costruzione di questo progetto, a cui, come dicevo prima, stiamo lavorando, il primo passo, il primo step che ci siamo posti proprio per mettere, come dire, a confronto tutte le realtà e tutte le iniziative che in Italia sono molto frammentate, perché sono appunto divise tra interventi di politiche locali o regionali e interventi nazionali ed europei, o piuttosto tra tipologie di realtà differenti che operano all'interno del settore delle imprese creative e culturali. Il primo step che porterà proprio alla realizzazione di questo osservatorio è il progetto di creare gli stati generali delle imprese creative e culturali, che speriamo, insomma, nel nostro programma dovrebbero tenersi nella prossima primavera. Speriamo appunto sia in modalità in presenza che in modalità da remoto, in cui abbiamo l'obiettivo di come dire, affrontare tutte le tematiche legate alle imprese creative e culturali quindi le problematiche legate alle questioni giuridiche, economiche, formative, piuttosto che ai temi legislativi europei internazionali, o anche rispetto a quelle che sono le buone pratiche e i casi di successo. Con l'obiettivo, e qui concludo, l'obiettivo di queste giornate sarà appunto quello di costruire delle linee guida, delle linee programmatiche per orientare le policy politiche, le policy nazionali ed europee, e soprattutto per costruire questo strumento dell'Osservatorio nazionale con una struttura che abbia veramente una capacità di incidere sulle realtà, sulle politiche, sulle scelte, ma anche, come dire, di costituire veramente un punto di riferimento a livello nazionale per tutte le realtà che operano all'interno del settore culturale e creativo. E con questo vi ringrazio per l'attenzione e spero di essere stato chiaro. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Mr. De Chirico, for this interesting overview of action at Italian political level. And now I would like to invite Mrs. Barbara Stacker from European Commission, Directorate General for Education, Audiovisual and Culture, to share with us European culture policies and the future initiative in cultural and the creative sector. Thank you.
Grazie. Mi ascoltate?
Sì, certo.
Sì, bene. Vedete anche i slides?
Sì, se cortesemente potrebbe mettere in modalità presentazione, forse si leggono meglio. Grazie.
Va bene?
Perfetto, grazie mille.
Yes, hello, welcome. Thank you for the invitation to this wonderful project. The first good news is that the budget has been approved yesterday for the EU, so we're all, of course, very happy. I just wanted to start out by saying that, well, EU competences in the field of culture are very limited because it is member states who the EU shall only contribute to the flowering of the culture of the member states. So just that you understand in a difficult framework that we are working sometimes. But just to say that from behalf of member states and political leaders, there has been a lot of interest in culture in the past years, which has translated itself into culture being more present in other EU policies and also in other EU funding systems, as you can see here. We are also working under the EU, the Council Work Plan for Culture, which is still valid until 22. And there I would like to highlight the ecosystem supporting artists, cultural and creative professionals and European content. So as we discussed in the last SMART session, we are talking about ecosystems more and not about industries or sectors. It's the whole of it that is now, part of the EU paradigm. The challenge is, of course, how to make this work, how to work in this new and intertwined way. We're trying our best. Well, COVID, we cannot ignore it. Cultural and creative sectors have been among the most hardest hit, so that's really terrible. There have been a lot of EU funding, which it's often not clear that it's actually EU funding. For example, 100 billion for unemployment scheme, sure. So if somebody goes to the unemployment office in his region or country, doesn't know often that part of it is also EU money. I just wanted to highlight it. There have been lots of efforts from at the EU level for COVID, and I can only say that we are working much harder than ever before. We cannot go out in the evening because there is the curfew, so we're just working, and especially the colleagues dealing with these huge funding schemes, or also the competition, and it's quite yes, we're really trying. Just to say, for the cultural and creative sectors, there have been also different measures adopted. You can, in this link, you can see all the different measures that have been adopted at EU level. I just wanted to highlight the Creatives Unite platform, which is a platform that we did together with the cultural and creative sectors. And if you have some interesting activities going on in your field, you can contribute via there's this blue button there. You can just contribute your own activity and find partners. So that's also nice. And just wanted to say that only last week we published a brand new study on the status and working conditions of artists and cultural and creative professionals. That's really new, and it also looks at precarity, COVID, and what we can do on on EU level. Maybe there are also some interesting examples on basic income and many other interesting paths that we will follow together with the European Parliament. And there will be a lot of work with Voices of Culture dialogues starting on this issue next year, and also member states expert group tackling this. Yes, now here we are just being supported in many initiatives by the policy project FLIP, Finance, Learning, Innovation and Patenting. Also the Creatives Unite platform and the European Creative Hubs network are very active on this. And they also did a survey on cultural and creative workers and COVID, which the results will soon be published. Yes, we also did 100 million euro money for partnerships for creativity under Erasmus. So this is the first time that Erasmus is used also to give additional funding to cultural and creative sectors. The deadline for application is already passed, and the evaluations are finished. Just to remind everybody that Erasmus Plus has also lots of opportunities still. And here we have two ongoing calls which have been published also only last week, so that's also very new. On Eportunus is now publishing a new call deadline, I think it's 15th of February. It's also for different artistic sectors like music and literature, I think. And then the Makers Exchange also published a call. Their deadline there is in January. Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs is also an EU program which is can be of interest. And the regional funds, now you know better than me what it is all about. Just to say that only 1.5 years ago, this slide said that more than 70 EU regions have chosen cultural and creative industries or sectors as a priority of the smart specialization strategy supported by regional funds. Well, now it is 120 EU regions, which are counting, of course, also the SMART inside. So this is really very good that this is becoming a good practice. The European capitals of culture are also very active and also changing a bit their role and the way they approach the capitals of culture. They have a capacity building also for future ECOCs. So, and some of the ECOCs, that's what I wanted to say actually, they also transformed themselves into something else. So I think could be an inspiration for the SMART project as well. For example, if you look at ECOC Košice or some other ECOCs like past ECOCs like Essen, they transformed themselves into agencies which are still very active. Also Matera, by the way, because this activity is also with Matera Hub, who came out of ECOC Matera. And they combine new things. That's why we talk about ecosystems also in the funding landscape. So in this project, I just wanted to bring it as an example. They combine COSME, which is the funding under for entrepreneurship, actually. They combine it with ECOCs, with tourism, with creativity. So that's an interesting example. And in general, we have a lot of interesting peer learning activities going on between the EU directly and cities and regions. So for example, with EuroCities, Culture and Creative Spaces and Cities project, this is more grassroots with Trans-Europe or also with the OECD. And upcoming is a very hugely funded activity, the KIC, Knowledge and Innovation Communities for Cultural and Creative Industries and Cultural Heritage. So it will be a broad KIC. All the information that there is, you can find under this link. They are still hammering out the budget, but the first calls are expected probably at the beginning of 2022, but consortia are already forming themselves. Consortia between regions, universities, cultural and creative sectors, industries, hubs, etc. So, and the regions are very important there. So you may want to link up to one of the consortia which are at the moment forming. Yeah, other funding opportunities for cultural and creative sectors, industries. Just to mention a few, just in case you're not aware, there's STARTS. It's with Ars Electronica. It offers directly residencies to artists. So that's one of the programs where artists can go directly and apply. The same is also true for COSME. There is this interesting program, the Worth Project. It also includes textile and design, so also individual artists can apply by direct calls. Here, for example, you see another activity funded under COSME. It's Fashion Tech Innovation Network. I'm mentioning this simply to say that how culture and creativity is now part of different EU funding networks, European networks of incubators also. Horizon, many people used to think Horizon is a complicated project. It's very university oriented. I would argue that this is not the case anymore, because already since a few years, it is if you have a partnership with a university and you're a region, you can do lots of things. And these are two examples which I wanted to cite. One is with Trans-Europe AL Network, the other one with KEA. And they are doing a lot of networking activities, which are not the traditional type of Horizon intervention. So that could be interesting for future calls and inspiration. Yeah, also here, that's another call under Horizon, which has started in September, Hubs of Innovation and Entrepreneurship for the Transformation of Historic Urban Areas. So you can see how it takes up things that you are doing also under the structural funds, or this one, which is also about city transformation. It can also be very well linked to initiatives like SMART. Now, EU support for digital startups, that's also something that could be interesting. The working group under CCIs of the Enterprise Europe networks, that is still ongoing. The new EU funding budget. So we're happy that it has been approved yesterday night. And here you can see what has been agreed. So Creative Europe, 2.2 billion plus 0.6. So that's a very nice increase. The same is also increases for Horizon Europe, Erasmus, Invest EU. So that's wonderful. And how much time do I have left? Well, I'll try to make it quick. Just to say that what is foreseen under this new budget, which has been approved yesterday, and the calls are already being prepared, so they should be out soon because 2021 is starting. So Creative Europe culture strands, you can see cultural participation, also social inclusion. Then the cross-sectoral strand also has a lot of new activities, innovative approaches to content creation, media literacy, pluralistic media, that's also new. Here you can also see other activities that are foreseen. For example, establishing a network of video on demand platforms, European ones. That's also interesting. The new research program, Horizon Europe. Here I'm just quoting the words which have been approved, which are very important because they will be translated into real calls. So you can see that all the buzzwords that are important also for your SMART network are mentioned here. European innovation ecosystems, regional and national innovation actors, soft skills for innovation, ecosystems, inter-regional partnership, very interesting for SMART, around smart specialization topics. So expect interesting calls under Horizon. Also under the new InvestEU program, which is the program for entrepreneurship in the Commission. It's also mentioned European culture and creativity. There will be 4 policy windows, and it is mentioned specifically that cultural activities with a social goal will be supported under that window. So that's a separate funding pot, COSME, which is also interesting. The Cultural and Creative Sector Guarantee Facility has been very successful and has also received a funding top-up recently. It will just move to the InvestEU program, but it will continue its activities. The new Digital Europe program has also included the education and culture. So you see, we have been terribly busy writing in every program which passed our desk. We continue writing culture, creativity, etc. inside. Sometimes it gets thrown out, then we try to put it in again. Then it passes different stages, but these are the adopted stages, and it will be nice because it will be concrete calls. Also creators and artificial intelligence, cultural heritage, it will be quite calls also under the Digital Europe program. Yes, I mean, that already exists now. Nowadays, there is also the digital innovation hubs, which from time to time do calls. Sometimes they are more industrial, sometimes they are more interesting for creative industries, which are less industrialized. So yes, even now they keep operating already. Well, how to find funding in all of this multitude of things going on? It has become easier than you would think, because you don't have to know very well which culture strand, where exactly. You go to the EU funding portal and you type in keywords which interest you. You can type in culture or other keywords, and you will find all the ongoing calls under the different EU funding programs. So that's very practical. Oops, something happened. I'm almost finished. Yes, and of course, what Mr. De Chirico mentioned, the Creative Europe desks and media desks can also help you. And for Horizon, you have the national contact points in each country. I put the link there so you can find the contact points in your country to help you. Cultural statistics for the professor can be interesting, because we have a few colleagues in Eurostat who are doing work all the time. I mean, there are 3 people trying to plug the cultural and creative parts out of national statistics. So continuously new items are posted there. It's quite, it's developing. Cultural Heritage in Action has new activities as well. That's one of the peer learning projects that we're running. And then, of course, there's the whole urban landscape, which I didn't mention, which can be interesting for SMART as well. The Urban Agenda for the EU has a partnership on culture and cultural heritage. I put the links. Urban Action Planning Networks, also have cultural heritage. Urban Innovative Actions as well. And more interesting links, the platforms like RIC, Regional Initiative for Culture and Creativity, ERIN, Design and Creativity Network, and many other interesting things. Also, you can find more information about each of these things on our website, which I put here, the web links. And yes, if I come across interesting new calls, I post them. You can see them on Twitter as well, and on the website, which is indicated here, and write to me. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Very interesting, and many initiatives at also European level. So we have many job and many
homework,
input.
a lot of homework.
Yes, many input also for our for social and creative community working group that we are going to organize. So thank you very much. And now we can open the section for the question, if there are any.
People are hungry, they want to go to lunch maybe.
Or maybe a lot of information, so they are bombed by all this information you gave us about the opportunities, Barbara. Really interesting.
Okay, I'm waiting just for, in any case, we are in time for our meeting. And if there aren't specific questions, I would just thank you all very much for your participation, and also for all the panelists and for your interesting input that you give us. And now it's a new message. We have a question from Zeudi Miotti to all panelists. Is it possible to build now an enterprises or to have financial or just for financial already constituted, already done?
May I, Mrs. Cavone?
Yeah.
Yes, I don't know if a question is for Veneto region, national level, or European ones. I can give a short answer for our territories. Veneto region, thanks to ROP ERDF funds, so for FESR, during the last years supported also the creation of new cultural and creative industries. And we hope to do the same. I don't know if we can, but because we are working on a new programming period, but we hope to do it again with the same instrument, financial instrument. And I know that in several other regions in Italy, it has been, they did the same, and they will improve this sector. This is for what refer to regional level. I don't know if Mr. De Chirico is still with us or not, and if he would like to give a feedback at the national Italian level, or if Barbara Stacker could give a feedback at the European level, from European level.
Well, I mean, at EU level, we are not. We cannot give direct aid to individual enterprises just like that. So, you know, an enterprise would need to participate in a call, and inside that call for European projects, of course, one enterprise which has just been, if you're just funding your enterprise now, it will not pass the financial test of our services, you know, because otherwise people open an enterprise, they get EU money and they vanish the next day. It's not possible like that, of course. So if you found your enterprise now and you participate in an EU project, then you would need to see that you have a strong consortium where you have the region backing you, where you have other big agencies guarantee to the EU level that, you know, we are working with the ecosystem, let's say. So you would need first to create a strong consortium and to see how it is being backed.
And Mr. De Chirico left us, so I think we are going to submit this question directly to him soon. So we try to give a feedback by email.
Okay. We have another question from Persa Moiseni. I hope is the correct pronunciation. I am Iranian and I am a researcher in culture and creative industries. I live in Italy, Veneto. I would like to know if there is any possibilities to develop any collaboration between Benetton and Iran in terms of creative industries ecosystems, any initiative. I don't know, Mara, if as a Benetton.
Yes, if you want, I start, but I think that also Barbara and Professor Panozzo could add something. As I know, there are a lot of several programs, European programs, that support the cooperation with third countries. So I think, especially under the point of view of research, you can find several possibilities.
Well, I mean, I have been dealing before with Iran when I was in DG Trade, and of course, as you know, there is the embargo, the sanctions against Iran. So it has become quite difficult, as you know very well, you know, to import, export, do whatever. So, I mean, honestly, as an informal advice, I would think it would be probably easier if you constitute your enterprise as an Italian enterprise and you know, see what exactly you can do. I mean, cultural exchanges are for sure possible. In the industrial field, there is a wide, there's a list of products which you can check on the website. DG Trade, you can go to European Commission, DG Trade, Iran, and you can find the products which are subject to the embargo and which are not.
Anyway, as a researcher in Veneto, you could be participate to our focus working group that we are organized in the framework of the quadruply helix. So as a stakeholder and as a researcher, you can take part to this working group, working table, and to share and have to possibility to share your experience and also to work together on culture and creative teams. Okay, thank you.
There's another question in the question and answer space.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, interesting. What would change during the next period of 2021-2027 in regards to the proposal design and submission? I think that is related from about not only Interreg program, but also European programs, I suppose, by Panos Provats from Greece.
Yes, this is still being discussed in the different program committees with member states, and you're probably referring to some of these discussions that they want some changes, and there will be changes, especially in the regional programs. I think that has been already adopted, so maybe somebody from the regional side can say something about that. On the other, the centralized programs like Horizon and Creative Europe and Erasmus, this is not yet finalized because you know the discussions are still ongoing. But I think with the regional funds, there has been some decisions already. Maybe somebody else can answer that.
For what it concerns Veneto region, we are still working on the planning of a new program. So we have decided anything. There is a monitoring committee that is meeting today in this moment, but I think it's not on the agenda of the meeting because we are still waiting for this decision. So it's too soon for us. I don't know if Christophe from Interreg would like to add something.
Just to make clear, when we are talking now about regional programs, perhaps just to make clear that there are different regional programs, because what I have been presenting was the European the Territorial Cooperation Program, and then there are other regional programs that are directly planned together between the European Union, the European Commission, and the different regions. And this is what we are. They are the same. Basically, they are the same funding, but they are different programs. Just to make the distinction between the regional programs for each region or a couple of regions, and the one that I have been the ones that I have been presenting about the European Territorial Cooperation Program.
So if I have to summarize, I try to summarize, it depends on the type of program, direct program from the European Commission, territorial cooperation or regional managed program, but it depends also on the single call. So it's difficult to give a common answer and a general one.
Okay, I don't see any question. So, Mara, I don't know.
Yes, if oh, I can see another one.
Ah, okay, yes, yes, I can see. Yes, this is a question from Paola Pisani, and he asked if is it possible to build some working table to project together with the near region as, for example, Trieste, Friuli Venezia Giulia, and how to remain in contact concretely to make networking. At this, if you, I can answer to this question, because today is the final event of the SMART project, but is only the starting point of a process in considering the community building of social and creative in the framework of the InterregMed. And we will start to share these results of mature results already implemented at local level, coming from a development in the SMART project, in order to create this working group, this working table, where we can discuss also with the policymaker in order to understand their needs, because and in order to transfer and to start the process of mainstreaming of these results. And we in our community we have also project where the lead partner is Friuli Venezia Giulia, that is Project Chimera, for example. So we can invite you surely to this focus group in order to share the experience of all the project of the modular project in the area of the social and creative sector, and to share experience to work together and to make networking. That is one of the pillar of the first period of our working in the Thalia project, that is the 3 years of the social and creative horizontal project. So surely we will have the disponibility of all the participants to this event, and so we can invite you to this, all of you, to this table surely.
Marianna, may I?
Yeah.
Moreover, I can add that Veneto region is just in several technical group with Friuli Venezia Giulia region that is one of the member of SMART project. So one of the next presented today and also yesterday refer to Friuli Venezia Giulia autonomous region. And moreover, I would like to know also Mrs. Pockler from Friuli Venezia Giulia Brussels office, for maybe she would add something.
Yes, I suggest that in order to stay in touch and networking on this team, it could be used also the RICC network. In fact, some SMART partners are also members of this initiative. And this is a suggestion of Luisa Pockler from Brussels offices of Friuli Venezia Giulia region that I
we
thanks
open
for this.
We open her microphone if she wants to speak directly to the group. Luisa, if you want to add something by your own about the RIC, that is
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, only to say that an opportunity to stay in touch and the networking, it could be to use the tool of the Regional Initiative for Culture and Creativity. This is an initiative to promote discussion and debate on cultural and creative sectors, on EU funding opportunities, and also to work under the SMART specialization guidance. So we could invite all the partners of SMART projects who have a representative in the Brussels office to join the network, and we can use the network as a platform to promote other EU projects under the future calls of the future program Creative Europe, sorry, and it's a way to give sustainability to this project. Also, Barbara Stacker mentioned the network in her presentation. So you can stay in touch with me or with Roberta Santin from Regional Veneto. So we are available for your proposal, and we will organize a new webinar in January. We will inform you, and so you can participate in the debate also with all the suggestions coming from this project. Thank you.
We have also another question from Christoph Meyer to all panelists, but I think that Professor Panozzo could answer to this, because he said that Professor Panozzo has made an interesting statement on the functionality of culture. Could we go back to this point? And I agree on this. I don't know, Professor Panozzo, if you want added something regarding this concept, this statement.
Yes, yeah, again, sorry, I had to remove my mask. Was that on the functionality
of culture? Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, that was a point of attention. I think that we should all have, as academics in my case, but also culture activists and producers, and most of all policymakers, because we are witnessing to a new centrality of culture. So rather than being stuck and isolated into industry or sector, culture is asked to activate its languages and its activities everywhere in other domains of society. It is asked to be functional. It is asked to produce culture not for culture's sake, and it is asked to contribute to other ends, which could be the different forms of regenerations that I pointed out: urban, social, individual. And this is a double-edged sword, I think, because on one side, it is, of course, good. It is good that culture is everywhere and it is used everywhere. But at the same time, there is a risk of instrumentalization of culture. There is a risk of taking and picking just that part of culture that is defined as functional by the user. So that part of culture that is functional for regeneration as defined by developers, as defined by engineers, as defined by urbanists. That part of culture that is deemed to be functional as defined by doctors, as defined by social workers, as defined by people working in environment. Rather than being, and this is a possible trap. A possible trap is that culture is picked, cherry-picked, based on the definition of usefulness of the user in the other public policy. And I think that in order to counterbalance this risk, we need more dialogue. We shouldn't take functionality for granted. Again, we need to establish a dialogue with these other policies, with these other domains in which culture is asked to be useful. As a scholar of cultural policy, I would like to have more interaction with environmentalists, with scholars and other academics in the field of environment, in the field of healthcare, in the field of urban development, but also with practitioners, also with doctors. We should speak more with doctors and social workers before declaring that culture is useful for healthcare and social well-being. And we should discuss more with architects and developers before declaring that culture is useful and functional to urban regeneration. My feeling is that so far, we don't have enough of those dialogues. And we risk to jump into this uncritical notion of usefulness by asking culture to be everywhere without having gone through a reflection on how this functionality is actually activated. What are the risks and what are the opportunities of this functionality? So what I would ask the policymaker, what I would ask a proper quadruple helix, I'm really longing for a properly deep, serious form of quadruple helix with more intense dialogues that actually touch upon the detail. And this is something I would really be happy to be invited in a discussion, in a quadruple helix discussion between academics, artists, and let's say social workers or urbanists on trying to disentangle the actual contribution of culture to urban regeneration or well-being.
I agree with you very much, and I think
this doesn't seem to be happening. This doesn't seem to be happening.
Yes.
That's the point I want to raise.
I think that could be a first starting point also for our working group that we are preparing, because we in this working group want really to enhance the dialogue, especially with the policymaker, and also with all the other.
But especially with the beneficiary, we tend very often, too often, to forget the beneficiaries. But there are few beneficiaries here in this panel. There are no beneficiaries here in this. There's no society here. So where's the quadruple helix?
Okay. In fact, in our transferring and mainstreaming strategy, we thought to have two different levels of working group. At first, when we can talk with the stakeholder modular project in a specific teams, naturally we will have almost 3 working tables. And this focus working group will help us to define the beneficiaries, the policymaker. It will be a hard work in order to understand what are the real needs of the policymaker, starting from the result of all the 11 modular projects that implemented many instruments, many results as a SMART project. And then after the identification of the better results and also the beneficiaries, we will have this, we call it the policy working group, because we have to start a close relationship with the policymaker that at all levels, not only local, because the local level is more easy to achieve as interaction, but at the national and European level is more difficult. So we hope to, and we ask also the help of all the modular project for the good results of this working table that we are organizing.
Good. I'm looking forward to the invitation.
Yeah. Yes, certainly. And now I can also to reply to Elena Mengotti. Hi, Elena. We know because she interact with us for Chimera project. That is another project, modular project of our community. And she asked me about how social and creative platform can work for culture and creativity role in 21-27. Naturally, in addition to all the communication aspects that are very important, because we continue to publish newsletter of what our community do, not only the horizontal project, but all the modular project. Also, we will continue with to publish some policy brief in different thematic that you can see on the platform. And as we presented yesterday from University of Bari, we will continue to increment it with the database, with all the results and the deliverable of our community, in order to use these tools, as yesterday Professor Lopes said, to have an overview of the whole community, but also to find synergies that could be from the results and from the job of some modular project, but also with other project of the other communities, in order to continue to create synergies and to enlarge our debate, because on this working table that I spoke before, we will use these tools, but in addition, we also will invite the other horizontal project correlated with our thematic, in order to create this synergy and enlarge the community. I don't know, Elena, if
Perhaps I can say something from the program side as well.
Yeah, sure.
So technically, it is still not clear. What we can see now is, because of what I had explained, we had this concentration on certain topics, and it will be clear that we will not have, that we will still continue to have communities, but they will probably be more projects in each community, and there will be probably less communities. This is how it looks like. In the end, it depends on also on funding, of course, and the funding part is still under discussion, of course. Everything is under discussion, but the funding part is also determining to a certain sense the interaction on that matter. So what it looks like now, we had some very small communities. Social and creative community had been an intermediate community, so you had not very few, but also it was not one of the largest community. But it looks like we will have thematically more open communities probably, and also bigger, in that sense, follow-up projects of horizontal projects on the other side, because you need more resources for working on this and all that. So thematically, probably like it looks like now, more open and larger communities. This is what we can see now, and more on, perhaps more on the capitalization and governance side, because we had a strong starting phase this time, where we had the community building was very, very important. This will also be important, but we don't have to build the road while starting, because we have already some experience from the last program. So in any case, there will be certain things that will be kept, but it will not be completely the same architecture of the project.
Thank you, Christoph. May I add something, Marianna?
Okay, I would just like the floor to Mrs. Stecker. I don't know if you want to add something regarding the question before.
Yes, I wanted to add to the professor. Of course, we agree completely with that. This is why Creative Europe is such an important program, because it is not culture with a function. Creative Europe is the intrinsic value of culture. That's what it is about. And this is also why it's important that there have been more funding. There is now more funding in Creative Europe. So we're very happy about that. It was rather a pragmatic approach to say, well, artists and creative professionals, they need more money. They need much more funding. So it was more in a spirit of expanding the possibilities, not limiting culture, and certainly not rechanneling real cultural interventions, not to rechannel them to make them useful. It was simply to keep the nucleus of what there is now, to expand it, to have increased funding for Creative Europe and intrinsically cultural projects, and at the same time enlarge the possibilities for whoever wants to take it and whoever needs to make a living and cannot find the funding at this moment, neither at EU level, nor at national, nor at regional, nor anywhere, because especially independent artists, performers, they are left with nothing. So in this context, I think the only thing that makes sense is to increase possibilities as much as possible. So I wouldn't see this in a negative light at all. Now, concerning the way these topics will be designed, the calls, etc., I'm sure that there is more conversation needed. You mentioned architects. Well, there is an open method of coordination expert group of member states going on at the moment, especially concerning architecture, and health and well-being has also been part of an expert group. Of course, it's complicated. I mean, there are many dialogues and things ongoing at EU level, and not everybody is always involved in everything. So, which is why I think one important part that can play an important part is the regions and the national governments and the regions. So you would need to see ways how to carry out this kind of dialogues, which are certainly very important. And at the same time also, check out what there is at EU level and what there is ongoing and how to best participate in one of these activities, because there is so much ongoing. So yeah, it's I know it's complicated for everyone, and I think you're right, and that's what we are trying to do.
Okay, I think that.
May I, Marianna?
Yeah.
Just to remark your speech and also the request from my colleague Elena Mangotti from Friuli Venezia Giulia. I really thank Christoph Meyer from JS for his so kind reply. But our worry is that we did a great job during the last year, especially in the Mediterranean area. And a lot of European of Interreg programs is working to enhance the possibility for cultural and creative sectors because they recognize in this sector a wide potential. On the contrary, MED program that is one of the program of Interreg program that invest more in this sector is going to, let me say, a little bit waste is experience, and we risk to not be able, or better, be able to capitalize the result, but with other programs and unfortunately with other areas. So for us, it's a big worry what the MED program is planning. So this is our request: do not waste the great experience, the great job did during the last year, and give us more attention considering the impact this sector can give to the whole economic and development of this area. This just, I would like to add this thing.
Okay. Yes, I think there have been very good results, and it has been the opportunities that we had that we could provide have been used in a very interesting and also impressing way. I think it is now it is too early to conclude that we have not or that culture has been excluded from the next MED program. What we had to do in any case is to focalize on certain priorities, and we have kept the possibility to continue to work with culture and creative industries in particular. It is also mentioned in the drafts that we have that we are submitting next week to final decisions for the member states. And we have on the other hand, we have to find also possibilities how to make use of the tools that we can provide. So we have seen that these thematic communities, that there have been good results, but we cannot go to continue the same way with the same communities. This is concerning not social and creative, this is concerning all the communities. So we have to restructure it, because the first experience was also that we had some that were, I'm not talking of social and creative now, that didn't have a lot of individual projects. Probably we will have transversal communities. All this is under discussion, but we want also to make sure with this capitalization focus now that we can make use of the good results, that we can really continue to work with them, and also with the partners that have been working with us. This is one of the commitments that we want to. It is also a statement that we want to tell you. We don't want to lose any competences, of course, but we have to restructure the whole program in a sense that we keep at the same time a focus on the topics that have been pointed out also by I don't know, from the priorities that we see now on the political base, and with the tools that we have developed, of course. So that is the background. It is not the background to cut on certain thematics or to make a decision in a sense that we want to avoid this. It is more to give a new to create new opportunities also of what I wanted to point out also of, on the in the sense of cross-fertilization. This was why I brought up this topic of functionality and culture, that I think precisely the whole dimension of climate change and culture. I don't want to talk in terms of results, but in terms of opportunities. This is something where we could perhaps also provide possibilities for exchange, for cross-fertilization that have to be explored probably, because we are just starting at this point. It's something quite new still to my knowledge.
Okay. I think that we haven't any other question. We have just a question of Persia Mohseni asking if at a European in the European program on cultural and creative industries, there would be any fundings on publishing a book on culture and creative industries. I don't know, Mrs.
Publishing a book on CCIs. There are many books on CCIs, but I think it's best if you have a talk with your Creative Europe desk on how these funds are, what's the logic of the funds, because usually it goes the other way around. So there is a call published with exactly saying what is expected, and then you can submit, you know, your proposals, but it would not be for, usually it's rather big proposals and comprehensive. So if you go to the websites that I mentioned, have a look at how the funding is structured and how it looks like, and maybe also have a talk with your Creative Europe desk. I think that would be good.
Okay, we are out of our time, and I think, Mara, that we can stop with this useful morning. It was very interesting, and I thank you very much, all the panelists, for this interesting discussion with national also and European level and the InterregMed level. I hope that in answering to Mr. Meyer, that in this new organization, I hope that the role of culture and the creative and all the work of social and creative community will be valorized in any case. And I thank you all again, to all participants, and I don't know, Mara, as I thank you also Veneto region for the organization of this event, very interesting, and I would remind you that you will find the registration the next day on the culture platform of Veneto region, as well as on the project website. And if you have any other question, also in our link for Smart Project website or Horizontal Project Social and Creative website, you can find email also for ask question in the future.
Thank you so much, Marianna, for your job. I really thank you for your availability to moderate this meeting. Thanks all speakers of Daily Morning and also the speakers who took part to the first day meeting and all participants. As Marianna said before, you can find all the presentation, the registration of the meeting in the next days, and soon also the written version of the whole MED conference. Thank you again, and finger crossed for the new programming period. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye.